What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, August 7th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some sound from Ryan Day. We've got an update on the Ohio State quarterback competition. More reason for Texas fans to feel confident in week one in Columbus. We'll get into that, plus some more sound from Steve Sarkeesian talking about the defensive line and talking about some things that the younger players on the team need to work on. We've got a few insider nuggets from Texas football practice as well. A little NFL conversation to dive into. 3 more preseason games tonight, and the Cowboys and Texans will take the field for the first time this year on Saturday. We'll talk some of the biggest storylines from the NFL. And yesterday, an entire airline had to shut down operations for multiple hours. Oh, yeah, we've got another airline story on the show. Plenty to get into in the world of sports and beyond on a Buck Off Thursday edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone's having a great start to their morning. We appreciate y'all spending your morning with us. How are you today, my man?
I am good, man. I'm doing fantastic. First night alone here at the Hotel California. Everything went smooth. The house didn't catch on fire. I did not kill an animal, and I didn't hurt myself. So it's all good. Day one, good. Day one in the books.
That's the checklist, huh? Don't hurt yourself. Don't let the house catch on fire, and animals are taken care of.
Yes, it's all good.
All right. Not too hard.
Yeah. I gotta try to wash Louis. I don't know. I mean, I know they have like pet grooming, but every pet groomer that I've called, it's like a 6-week waiting list. And I can't even imagine what would you do with a dog that big? How do you wash him? First of all, you're gonna have to put a real muzzle on him, because if he gets really upset and he turns around and decides is going to bite you or maybe take one of your fingers off, he could do that. So I'm like, I don't know. They're the professionals. They're the ones that got the insurance for that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to find one, like a mobile one, that'll come. You're going to need a lot of water. You're going to need a big leash, and you're going to need a big muzzle.
Okay.
Because, I mean, and he can be groomed. And he's, I don't like to cut a lot of the hair, because in those Great Pyrenees, you're not supposed to cut that hair because, that hair regulates temperature and stuff. And if it's cut too short with this heat, you can screw the dog up. You can get all kinds of red spots and burn through all that. Plus, he's an outdoor dog, and he needs the protection from scorpions and ants and freaking spiders and stuff like that. So I don't know if I want to cut him, but, and those dogs don't like you near their backside. A lot of people don't like you on the backside. They don't like you back there messing around with that area.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either, so I'm with Louie on that one.
Yeah, so I got to find somebody knows a pet groomer that I can call and get here within 5 or 6 days before Mama comes back. That would be nice to have him, and when it rains, those dogs will lay in the grass because he's an outdoor dog, and he cleans himself kind of, but he's a filthy animal. He doesn't know how to take care of himself.
So are you looking for a mobile pet groomer?
Yeah, I'm really actually looking for a mobile groomer that will come here, because I can't get him in the car.
Okay.
I have actually got my old vet that put Barney down is coming to give him shots, a couple shots next week on the 23rd. Is coming to, I don't know, or 2 weeks, because I can't get him in the car and take him to the vet, because I'm afraid if I take him out and take him inside, what he would try to do to other dogs.
Yeah.
He would try to kill them.
Is he that bad with other dogs?
He's not good. He's all right with Zach, because he's grown up around Zach and the cats. But I've seen him, if he's out and another dog is out, he will go and attack the dog. And you try to get that dog off another dog, don't stick your hand in there,
because you'll lose that.
Yeah, and Hurricane Heck will be calling your house.
Yeah, you might be going against Hurricane Heck if you let Louis out of the house. You don't want any part of that.
Yeah, he's a little different. He's getting used to being kind of the top dog without the other dog around. He was sad for a while, but now he says, that's it. I'm the king of king of the castle. But I got a baby pool. Should I try to put him in the baby pool? How do you think that'll go with me and that dog on a leash in a baby pool?
Is it an inflatable baby
No,
pool?
it's a big plastic one. I've done
Okay.
that before.
I don't think he'd take too kindly to it, but it's better than nothing. I'd give him a little rinse.
Yeah, just step into it. That's all. Just a little rinse.
I'm sure there are mobile pet groomers out there who have dealt with average and Great Pyrenees before. So,
Yeah.
they're used to dealing with dogs who are probably bad. So
Yeah,
if they're
bad.
good, they've got
Not every
experience.
dog they do is a good dog, I gotta believe.
Yeah, I
Every
mean,
some
they've got
bad ones.
experience dealing with big dogs and bad dogs and crazy dogs. So if they know what
Yeah,
they're doing, everything should be fine. Should be
yeah.
fine.
That's a couple hundy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be cheap, but
Oh, no, it's not. It's
uh,
not. I've seen what some of the prices are just for bathing them, like 175, $225 just coming to you.
what would happen
Mobile
if you tried? What would happen if you tried? Like you've got a hose in your backyard, you just hose them down and
Well, I've
put a little
sponged him
soap on
before.
them.
I've taken sponge, but like I said, he won't let you get to his backside.
Mm.
And, the guy, when he shits like a camel, and it's not all clean. I mean, he's got a lot of hair back there, and he won't let you cut it. I need to try to cut it back there. So, so he's fresh a little bit. But once again, he's an outdoor dog. I don't care if he smells. He smells like an outdoor dog to me.
You can
But it'd be
also
nice
get
to groom him.
you can get somebody else to do that too, right? The
Well,
same
George
person
said when
who
we get together, one can hold him with the leash, and the other one can sneak up on him. I said, "You're not sneaking up on that dog. That dog's an outdoor dog. He's not letting anybody sneak up on him at all." Good
now
morning
let's
to the
hit.
soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate it. And to those out there, you first responders and police officers out there, EMS, thank you also. I know it's been a busy, busy summer, and it continues to be a busy summer because it is hot. I don't care if it's not 100. It is still hot out there. But thank you very much, and be careful.
I wasn't ready for that transition. I was going to say, yeah, that dog isn't going to let anybody sneak up on it, but he's
No,
definitely not going to let someone with a pair of scissors near his backside sneak up on it, and that's very fair.
and I've tried that. I mean, I've cut some of the hair like on his chest. He'll sit down. If you rub his chest, you can cut some around his ears. Some of these ones that get a little hard and stuff. But around his backside, you've got to hold. He's got to be standing up, and you got to sort of lift his tail a little bit. He doesn't fall for that. He doesn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Mm. No, that's good. That's a smart dog. Then you're not giving him enough credit for his intelligence.
Yeah. Well, I think I can get him in the pool. I'm gonna give it a shot. That means I got to get in a pair of shorts and sit in that pool with his filth. But that's okay. I can go take a shower.
You've got some options here. Sorry, Michael B. Commenting this morning that one of his dogs passed away today. I think
Oh,
from
I'm
a
sorry to
cobra
hear that. That
bite.
sucks.
That's a huge bummer right there, man.
Yes, it is.
That sucks. So, all right, if you have any, I guess, mobile pet groomer recommendations for the buck, you can text them in.
Out here in the country, out in Dripping Springs,
Out
because
in
they
the
won't
dirty
come
drip.
just from anywhere.
No, out in the dirty drip,
Oh yeah.
512-222-9328. That is the Coda text line, or you can chime in on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats as well. Do I sound okay to you this morning, Buck?
You're a little hoarse.
Like too loud, too
No,
quiet?
no, oh, no. Your voice
Okay.
sounds like a little allergy thing going on. But
Okay.
the
Yeah,
sound is good.
that's good. Yeah, I sound incredibly loud in my own headset, so I just wanted to make sure that I'm not blasting everybody else out there.
You're getting in
Phrasing.
your own mind. I don't like that. I can't have that kind of sound in my own head.
No. It's a scary thought,
Yeah, because the mind is a terrible thing, I
It's a
guess, to
terrible
waste
thing.
or to have.
A little bit of both in our cases, I think. All right, we are 23 days away from Texas and Ohio State. That's right, 3 weeks from Saturday. Of course, we've got football tonight, 3 games in the NFL. Got a bunch more tomorrow and a bunch more over the weekend as well. But college football will officially start 2 weeks from Saturday. But of course, the Longhorns will open up their 2025 season 3 weeks from Saturday. And we'll get to some sound from Steve Sarkeesian, and we'll get to some Texas insider practice notes. But I want to start with a little bit of sound from Ohio State head coach Ryan Day, who held a media availability up in Columbus a couple of days ago. and he was asked to give an update on the Buckeyes quarterback battle. Remember, Will Howard is gone, led the Buckeyes to a national championship. He's now in the NFL, and it is seemingly a two-horse race in Columbus to replace him. You've got the redshirt freshman Julian Sayin, and you've got the redshirt sophomore Lincoln Kienholz duking it out to be the starter for the Buckeyes in game one against Texas. Here is Ryan Day a couple of days ago giving the latest on the Buckeyes quarterback competition.
Yeah, no, they both have had good moments and moments where they're growing. The competition continues, but I will say that I've been pleased with the progress. We're not where we need to be, but if they continue to learn from the mistakes they're making and continue to grow off the plays that they're doing well and moving the offense and taking care of the football, then it's going to go right down to the wire. But ultimately, they got to take care of the football. I'm seeing growth for sure. I'm seeing great attitudes, great work ethic. The practices have been intense, just across the board. I think they're doing a good job of leading right now. Now, where it goes here by the end of the week will be critical. This is kind of, I think, Coach Guerreri said it's moving day, moving week, like it is in the PGA Tour, and that's kind of this week. So it's moving week.
Yeah, I like that. When they sucked, it's called moments when they're growing. That's what he wants to. He wants to say they sucked today, but he has to call that moments of growing. Which I got you, Coach. But he doesn't have a guy yet, so he's still kind of looking. Somebody can separate. It sounds like somebody can separate themselves this week from the other guy, and he's looking for that to happen. He doesn't want to go into that final week of, battle. He wants to go into a final week of getting a guy set to play Texas. So moments when they're growing. He said there's moments when they're good, and then there's moments when they're growing. I'm like, oh boy. I wonder how that is when they're growing. That means they're throwing picks all over the place, fumbling the ball, messing up the snap count. I got you.
Well, I kind of wanted to go right there, and you may have answered my question already, but hearing that cut from Ryan Day, and again, we're more than 3 weeks away from kickoff, so there's a lot of time for the situation to resolve itself, but just hearing that from Ryan Day and knowing what Texas's quarterback situation is, where you've got a guy that is the starter and a guy that you feel really good about.
Sure.
Like, does that make you feel better about the Longhorns' chances to go on the road and steal a game?
Well, it didn't matter if they had a guy or not. I think the Longhorns' chances were good anyway with all the losses that they have, and it's game one, and anything can happen in game one. So either team can take advantage of the other team. But now that I've seen this team, I know they're the national champs. But I'm looking at the guys that they really, really lose and the leadership they had from Will Howard last year at quarterback. I mean, Will Howard, as average as he was, he really kept them above water with his play. Just leading his team, and there's a lot of confidence. And now they're looking for the confidence at that position. They don't have it. I think the kids that are here on this team understand that they may even have a better leader right now than they have for the last 2 years. So I think there's a confident level at Texas more so than even for the national champions, which that doesn't mean anything because you still got to play the game. I mean, but it makes you feel good as a player that there's no quarterback battle at Texas. I mean, it seemed like even with Quinn Ewers, there was always some weird quarterback controversy, some quarterback battle. We're used to that around here. There's no controversy. There's nothing. There's a quarterback in Texas now, period. There's nobody battling that guy. The battle is who's the next quarterback. Who is number two? That's the real battle around here. So I think you have a confident football team and confident coaching staff. And Ryan Day, even though he's got a national championship under his belt, that dude's searching right now.
For sure. And look, that's one of the things that I look at, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of people look at when you're trying to pick who's going to win a football game, who's got the edge at QB, right? And, we talk all the time about, well, has Arch done enough? He's only started 2 games in his college career. I will say this, Arch Manning in 2024 alone had 90 pass attempts. Julian Sayin and Lincoln Kienholz combined in their careers have 34 pass attempts. Again, that's the two of them together, and they've only played a total of 90 college snaps, and most of those have been in mop-up duty when Ohio State has been beating some poor team by 50. So
those dudes are getting they're trying to get their run game together, even though they're missing their great running backs. They're trying to get their offensive line and their running game going in game number one. because they don't want that quarterback, whoever that may be, the one who's growing or the one who's, got growth under his chin or whatever. They're trying to find out. They don't want that dude throwing the ball around against Texas secondary.
Yeah, and I think Mike's absolutely right here. Like, I think Ohio State, I don't know if I want to say their only chance, but definitely their best chance of beating Texas in a couple of weeks is it's a defensive struggle. They are able to control the ball with their run game, and it's
Yes.
something like 17-14 or 21-17. If this game turns into a shootout, I don't know if Ohio State even has enough faith in their two quarterbacks that they're going to be able to, go shot for shot with Arch Manning in Texas.
Yeah, I would think Sark's offense will have enough. The receivers will have a bunch of confident guys. The quarterback will feel good about himself. If he has some early success, I would say for Ohio State, they got to look out because I like for Texas to try to establish something in the run game. But once again, if this kid and these wide receivers and with Ohio State losing guy, one of their best players is a secondary dude. So if they can't, if Texas can hold them out and throw the ball, look out because I don't think Ohio State wants to throw a lot. I think they want to establish that they're a powerhouse. It's game one. Let's get our run game going. It's a long season. We'll find out who the quarterback is in week 2 or 3 or whatever, even though he has to play in week 1. But let's get our run game going early.
Oh,
because
for sure.
we need to be pretty stout in the run game in the Big Ten anyway.
Right. Yeah, and that's a young quarterback's best friend, right? Having a
Right.
strong running game that you can rely on. So, we want Texas to have that with Arch Manning. Ohio State wants to have that with whatever quarterback they roll out there. So,
Yeah,
that's
I
going to
think
be their
Texas will
identity.
feel better about their run game because they have a runner at quarterback too. I mean, they've got
Yeah.
a number of weapons now, and not just the running backs, but the quarterback can run too. That is going to put an added pressure on Ohio State right there. But I
And
still don't
that's
think their quarterback. I don't think Ryan Day. I can't see him wanting to bring out whoever is green and growing, throwing the ball. They want to establish what they have to establish. They still want to let their defense do the talking, let their offense line do the talking too.
Yeah, it's interesting because you look at these two Buckeye quarterbacks that are duking it out right now. Julian Sayin is the former number 1 quarterback recruit out of high school in his class. And I think he's got the better arm than Lincoln Kienholz. I feel very good in saying that. And he was also ahead of Lincoln Kienholz on the depth chart last year.
Uh-huh.
So I think there's a reason to believe that he's the favorite for this battle. But Kienholz is the better athlete. Like, he was a 3-sport star in high school.
Yeah.
I think he's got more of that dual threat ability. So we've spent, the entire offseason talking about that being a strength of Arch Manning and that being something that can really help this Texas offense. Maybe that's the direction Ryan Day wants to go. It's like,
I think you hit it on the head. Yeah, my quarterback that can escape and take off against this defense with all the athletes that Texas has on defense. If I got a quarterback that, if things aren't there, can take off and run and get us some yards, that may suit the purpose really well early in the season.
Yeah. I mean, the last time Kienholz has played a game, this is the better athlete of the two, but the last time he's actually taken snaps in a real college football game was the 2023 Cotton Bowl against Missouri after then Buckeye starter Devin Brown got injured in the first half of that game. So last year, it was Julian Sayin who was getting the backup reps, and Sayin actually played in the college football playoff. Ohio State beat Tennessee so bad in their CFP opener that Sayin got to play. He was 5 of 12 in that game for 84 yards, did throw a touchdown, but he played 24 snaps. So again, in the playoff, I know it was a blowout. They weren't super meaningful snaps, but he was the first guy off the bench for the Buckeyes. So I think he's going to be the guy. But there are some similarities. Like the last time and the only time Texas has played a game in the shoe, that 2005 season, Ohio State had quarterback questions going into that year as well. And it was Justin Zwick who started that game for the Bucks, and he ended up playing most of the game. They brought in Troy Smith, who obviously ended up winning the Heisman the following year. Troy Smith was the young guy who played some in that game. I honestly think he was better, but Jim Tressel opted to go with more Justin Zwick. So I wonder if it's one of those things where we might see both of these dudes in the first game in certain situations.
Yeah, I mean, if the pressure's on the quarterback and he's throwing picks and he's not controlled in the offense, then I got a feeling Ryan Day is not going to wait till series number 5 to bring in a guy. Depending on how Texas plays too, depending on what the score is, I mean, if it is a slugfest, if we're in the 20s, 1 touchdown, 10 points or whatever it is, a slugfest, he's probably gonna try a little bit of everything, try 2 quarterbacks. Why not?
Yeah. You got to see what you have, right? I think
Yeah.
that's a great point. I
Long
mean, maybe
season.
if the first guy's struggling, well, if it's a 0-0 game after halftime, then maybe you can leave him out there and hope he figures it out.
Right.
But if, the first guy's struggling and Texas is up 14-0 at halftime, and it's like, all right, well, we got to see what we have with the other guy to
Yeah, I think you
find
get
a
to
way
the
to get
point
back
of
in
if
this.
you're down by 10 in a game like this,
Mm.
then you got to make those kind of moves because you got to get back in. You can't afford thinking you're going to come back on a Texas defense, with a guy that if he's not getting it done in the first half or middle of the third quarter, it's not going to happen late against this. He's more apt to throw a pick than a touchdown pass.
Yeah,
And if
that's a great
they
point.
do the same strategy of not letting that wide receiver get loose, then it could be a long day if they're trying to force the ball into that dude against this defense and this secondary.
It's a great point.
They're
Yeah.
going to try. I hope they do try.
I hope they do try too. And, we played some sound from Steve Sarkeesian yesterday. He talked about, this coaching staff teaching the Texas defense to be more aggressive in terms of takeaways. And that's kind of been the number one storyline through the first week of Texas fall camp is just how many takeaways this defense has had so far. And we're talking about a unit that was tied for the national lead in interceptions last season.
I mean, guys like Michael Tapp understands where they want to go with that ball. He's going to have that extra eyeball on that wide receiver every time.
Yeah.
In situations. He's going to go where they want to go. They're going to try it. One of the quarterbacks, whoever it is going to try to be a hero, try to force one in that's sort of tight, and he's going to eyeball it, and he's going to get himself a nice pick or two.
Sure.
With them trying to make something happen big because they couldn't do it in the game that they won against Texas. They only got 1 reception. They're going to do everything they can, and that kid wants them to do it. That kid doesn't want to have 1 catch in 2 games against Texas. That guy's going to want to be a star in this game.
Yeah, and he's already talked about that, right? At Big Ten Media Days a couple of weeks ago, Jeremiah Smith was like, yeah, no, I'm glad we won that game, but I remember the fact that I only had 1 catch for 3 yards, and I want to do a little bit more this time around. So that chess match, between PK and new Ohio State offensive coordinator Brian Hartline, and also you throw Ryan Day in there as well because he's an offensive-minded coach, that's going to be fun to watch because, Ohio State, like that's another great friend for a young quarterback is having a receiver as good as Jeremiah Smith. So, a lot of their game plan is going to be how do we get number 4 the ball in space and let him do his thing. And for Texas, it's, well, how do we prevent that from happening?
Yeah, it's not always a blessing when you're thinking you're going to force one in there because you want to get that guy the ball so bad. You're sick of seeing him come to the sideline, going sitting by himself with his helmet off and wondering, you guys can't get me the ball. I'm open where he thinks he's open, but there's somebody in that path. And I hope Michael Tapp is – I'm sure he's watching an awful lot of film of what they did. They're going to try to force that ball to him. They want him involved. It's game 1. Of course they want him involved.
Oh, that's I want to see that. I want to see Jeremiah Smith turn into a diva because we didn't see a lot of diva from him last year because he was so damn good. Like he was getting the ball all the time.
He will turn diva in game 1 against Texas. A game like that, a big noon game.
See that.
He's got to have. He wants 5 or 6 and a big time catch and run deal. He gets shut out. He get the ball picked. He will turn diva, and I hope he turns diva during the course of that game in about the second quarter.
Fantastic. Oh, my God. The TV cameras pan to him on the sideline, and he's like throwing his helmet. And then you hear Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit talking about how, oh, wait, no, it'll be on Fox. So you hear Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt talking about how, Smith is losing his mind over there. Yeah, we'll take that.
And they'll talk about how good. They'll give you the whole rundown of how good he is. They'll give you the numbers, and he can't be stopped. How does Texas stop him? That would be great. That's a great opener right there.
Yeah,
and Texas, and as much as I want to see this offense get going, it may take a couple games, but this defense, I'm going to just buy in. There's no excuse for it. 2 years in a row. Why not 3? There's some really good players on this defense that with a young quarterback on the other side also, I don't care who it is, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Georgia, they should be able to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback.
No, remember in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, Steve Sarkeesian called this maybe the deepest defense that he's ever had. And you think about, how good and how deep the last 2 defenses have been around here. Sark doesn't just throw words around like that.
Yeah, and it's
And
hard for you. It's hard to buy. It's hard to when you're a fan. You're just like me. I mean, although I coach, I'm still a fan. I just know how hard it is to three-peat a defense like that. I'm like, wow. And if that
Mhm.
starts out the way it is, and that's the way that coach feels about it, because he sees it every day, wow.
Sure. Well, it helps when you go out and bring in as many players as Texas did from the
Right.
portal, right? And they also added the number one recruiting class in America that is headlined by a couple of five-star defenders. So, like, there's reason to believe that Sark is right, and that's not just drinking burnt orange Kool-Aid or trying to brew some burnt orange Kool-Aid for anybody else to drink. Like, I believe him when he says that. You look up and down that depth chart; they've got talent at every position, and it's a really good roster there.
Yeah, I'm still just a little leery of some of the guys that are coming from some of these schools. Some of these schools, I
Yeah,
as good as the guy was from Purdue and playing in the Big Ten, I got to really see him play, and I
sure.
think we all have to see him. The Syracuse kid is a stud. The kid from Purdue, he was second team All Big Ten, right?
Hmm.
Played a pretty good conference, so
Yeah, I mean, look, we got to see all of them, right? And until we see it with our own eyes in a
true.
Texas uniform, there's understandably a little bit of reservation, but
And we've seen the other guys who have been here. We've seen guys that have been on the roster before. We've seen them in games, so we know a little bit about them.
I'll say this about the Texas defensive line, and we have some sound from Steve Sarkeesian, so we can play this in a moment as well, because he was asked about, how the defensive line is shaping up right now. But you look at, the first five that Texas has at defensive tackle, the first five this year has done more at the college level than the first five Texas had last year. Like if you compare the snaps, if you compare the stats, like
Wow.
this year's group has actually accomplished more than last year's group going into the season. So that's the good news. The biggest question for me, like I think this group is deeper, but I don't know if Texas has that 1-2 punch that they've had the last 2 years.
Sure.
So that's like some combination of Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw and Hero Canoe and Murad Watson and Alex January and yada yada. Like, can two of those guys be Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
our teams now are teams that have watched Texas over the years and feel about the history. Are they at the point where they're going to say, you know what, we're not going to be able to run very much against them? I always, for years you've heard me say everybody wants to find out how Texas will be. Are they physical enough? Are they going to be tough enough? Can we run against them? I think we'll find a way to run against them. I wonder if teams now look at the Texas defensive line and go, you know what, over the last couple of years, this is not the Texas of old. You're not going to try to pound them into submission, in the
Mhm.
third and fourth quarters with the run game. You're going to have to be creative in order to beat them in the run game. You're going to have to play action pass, dump off. Well, we know what a screen can do, but you're going to have to dump off some things, but you're not going to turn around and hand the ball off tackle
Yeah.
or bounce outside with a good running back and beat Texas. Do you think some of the teams now are going, nah, this isn't that Texas? Well, we can try it, but we can't pound our heads against the wall because we're going to come up empty. I think they may be to the point of that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Last year, Texas had the best pass defense in college football in the regular season. So it's almost pick your poison, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're struggling to run the football. Okay, what else do you do? Well, you throw the ball. Well, you're going up against what was the best secondary in the sport last year. So it's
Well,
like
you
you
still
almost,
test the run. You're right. You still
yeah,
test them in the run. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm not with some of the young quarterbacks that not only are not in the conference but they're out of the conference. No, you're not going to spend your time throwing against that defense. You're going to try to see if you can run the ball, keep the clock moving. You don't want to be in a shootout because you can't shoot out. With Sark's offense, if it's going, then you don't want to be in a shootout with them.
hmm yeah,
You want to control the clock.
right, right. And that's what Ohio State will try to do. And I think most teams are going to try to run the ball against Texas for a
Okay.
lot of what you just said. You want to control the clock. You want to keep Arch Manning and the Longhorn offense on the sideline. And
We still
I
don't
don't,
think they can do it 3 years in a row. They're not going to stop the run like they've done.
I don't know, man. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if this is another top 10 rush defense.
Wow.
Yeah, like I'm almost expecting it at this point. And if they're not top 10, I don't think they're going to be like below top 15 or top 20.
Do we have some real round-shouldered guys in the middle?
Yeah. Well, Cole Brevard is close to 360. I think Travis Shaw is like 345. Um, like those two guys alone, they're refrigerators out there, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, so they've got those big ass bodies who are just going to eat up blocks. And when you've got linebackers as good as Ant Hill and Leonga Lafau, and now Trey Moore's back there as well,
It's
like you
true.
just that's going to give those guys some free runs at some rushers, and that's what you're looking for right there because those guys can all hit. So, all right, we'll get to this Sark sound in a second. We'll keep the Longhorn football chatter going. Again, 23 days away from kickoff for the 2025 season. We'll let you hear from Steve Sarkeesian, a couple of bits of sound, but we'll play Sark's thoughts on the defensive line room in a moment. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shoutouts?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care and you got things that are starting to get all banged up and may need surgery, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine, joint replacement, of course. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com. Love
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Danny. Love Dr. Danny.
Yeah, shout out Dr. Danny. Was texting back and forth with him earlier this week. Great dude and a great Longhorn as well. Shout out to him and shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, by the way, Dr. Danny has all boys. I think he's like 5 boys. How did he do that? I mean, I love my daughters, but how do you do that? How do you make that work that way, where you have all dudes? What is that like? Is that I can't imagine. Can I imagine like 5 boys? Because I always, when I got married, I wanted to be the father of all daughters. How about that?
Mm.
I would have been just as excited about 5 daughters, because they'll take care of their dad later on in life. They're not going to let the old man just wilt away and, go to a home. They'll take him and put him in the basement at their house with the grandkids. But how do you have 5 boys? Is that even bad? I mean, I know there's some folks out there that got all boys. What is that like? Is that's got to be a mess too, isn't it?
A lot of testosterone in that house.
Oh,
A lot of competition in that house.
and he's got all like hockey players.
A lot of mess in that house.
Yeah.
Girls are messy and dirty too, I
Oh,
guess.
they're
But
filthy. They're the worst. They're the filthiest of all.
you get a bunch of dudes together, and things can get pretty
5
nasty. I would
dudes,
think
5 boys. I think
5
he has.
boys. Yeah, they're all big Texas fans too, so he's raising them right. But
He's raising them right, but they all play hockey. That's scary too.
that's interesting. You wanted all
I wanted all
girls?
girls. Yeah, I wanted to be the
So-
father of all girls.
I feel like for a lot of fathers, and I'm generalizing here, but keeping the family name going is a big deal, right? Like you want to pass on,
It's true.
your last name to the next generation, then you want your sons to have sons so they can pass it on to the next generation, and so on and so forth. It's interesting that you wanted to be
Yeah,
where
because
the
I've
buck
got my 2
stops.
girls are married. My 2 boys, I don't wish that on anybody's daughter, but neither one of them, and they're old. I mean, my son's 41 years old. My other one's in his, late 30s, and I'm just, but he doesn't, he's my adopted son, so he doesn't have my spermal things. You know what I'm saying? He's got the juice from somebody else. He's got the last name, but I don't know. I don't know how that
Is that a
works.
medical term, spermal things?
Yeah, I mean, my son AJ has my spermal things with his mom, but my other son has got somebody else's stuff from Chicago, so that keeps it going. It keeps the last name going, but those 2 dudes will have to knock up somebody, I guess. I don't know.
I think it still counts.
It
He's
does
still
count, yeah.
he's still your son. So if he had a son, like he's got your last name, so the last
Yeah.
name would
And my
continue.
brother has a son, and my other brother has a son. So there are not many of them.
Okay.
There are not many of the Godbolt clan that are, there.
So that's where you're lucky right there, right? Is you have brothers with kids. I've got all sisters. So like, and my dad has one brother and he has no kids. So I'm like the
Really?
last remaining son. So the family name rides or dies
You
with
need to go
me.
knock some people up. I mean, you need to get it cranking. You need to get out. You need to get out there.
I need to knock
What have
some
you been
people
doing?
up.
What have you been doing in New York?
I've been, I guess, wearing too much protection over the years has been my problem. Is that what you're
What's
saying?
wrong with you?
Oh, come
Add
on, I
to
gotta
the
be,
madness of this population. What's wrong with you?
dude. I don't know if the world needs another me. I don't know about that, but yeah, that's. I've got the family name in my spermal things, as you say. It's my family's last hope right
You're
there.
the last hope.
The last hope. That's
The
scary, huh?
last hurrah.
Yeah.
You just got to go shake hands with somebody and say, "Hey, just do it for me."
That's my pickup line.
Yeah, hey, just do this for me. Don't tell anybody. I know you want to have a kid. Hey, don't let your girl find out either. Sorry. I know
Yeah,
she's right. I know she's
I
around
was
here
about to say
somewhere.
I'm at her house right
I
now, so I don't know
know,
if she's loving this conversation.
but just don't let her. Don't just tell her you're just doing this the namesake deal,
Yeah.
or you
I
need to
think,
get it cranked up. You two need to get it cranked up. I'm sure they want to hear that at the house too. How you two need to crank that up. No,
mhm.
they probably don't need to hear that.
I
You
think
got plenty of time. Your stuff is still good for a couple years.
stuff is still good. Yeah, we're all right. No
Still good
problems
into your
there.
you're still good into your 40s, your mid-40s if need be. That stuff ain't any good once you get to 50.
I don't
It's
know,
just
man.
just
Like
no, it's just
Al
in there.
Pacino and Robert De Niro, those guys are like deep into their 70s. They're older than you, and they're still popping them
Yeah,
out.
but they also have kids that got like a third eye, and I mean, you don't need to be messing around then.
I think it's the mother of children that matters more, right? She's the one with the clock. She's got to be in a certain age. The dad can be hypothetically any age, right?
I just don't know if the spermal strength is still there. You
Yeah,
know,
ease up a little bit.
yeah, it eases up. They don't swim quite as hard. They don't get
Mm,
upstream the way they used to.
no, you're
Yeah,
not
I know
Michael
about that.
Phelps.
A lot of things don't get up the way it used to. You know what I mean? Well, you don't know what I mean.
I'm sure I'll find out at some point soon.
Sure, you will.
I hope not soon.
That's why they have the low T places. That's why they have those places.
Yeah, we need to partner with one of those places. That's our next step as a network is to make sure our T's are where they need to be and to make sure
My
everyone
T's
else
have been
is.
so low since I was 50.
Hmm.
In my 50s, my T's start to drop. You know, and that's no fun. Hey,
Seems like you're
a
bragging about
mother's little
that.
helper. There's nothing wrong with that either, brother.
What do you mean by that?
They have medicine. They have pills. They have gummies. They have all kinds of stuff.
Oh, that's mother's little helper. You called
Oh yeah,
your Johnson mother?
that mother.
Oh man, mother's little helper, or maybe little mother's helper is
Yeah, there you go.
more apt for this one. Oh man, I don't know how we got down that rabbit hole. Oh,
That was a
Dr.
good one.
Danny.
That's good. That's good. Now I'm excited today. Now I got myself all geared up. Go tell my son to go knock somebody up. How's that?
Yeah,
How about that?
he'll love to hear that, I'm sure.
I think you can bank your stuff though. I think you can send it and freeze it still at this age. So if you just, you know, if
Sure.
you're okay, that it's usable for a couple years down the road. I think a young guy can freeze his stuff. I think we're to that point now that it can be frozen.
Yeah, I think so. And you can also donate your stuff to somebody else who, is infertile. You can try to
Yeah,
help
but do you
someone
ever
else
get
have
to
a kid.
know? Do you ever get to know? Do you ever get to go back to that person and say, "Is that my son or is that my daughter?"
I,
I don't
I think
know.
I
I
think
think once
that's
you
up
donate, you don't get to know anything, do you?
I think that's up to the people you donate to's discretion.
I got to ask Hurricane Heck. Maybe he knows about these kind of things. I
Hurricane
bet he
Hector
does. I bet
go
he gets into that kind of legal stuff. I bet you, yeah.
I don't
Got to
know. He's your
find out.
go-to personal injury attorney. I don't know if he's a paternity attorney. I don't know if he
Patrick says blue rhino. What the hell is that? I've never even heard of that one. Sounds good though.
I don't know. I don't know what that is, but it's something that exists. I know Blue Chew. Well, there's a bunch of them out there to get a
All right, I'm
little.
gonna pull this shade down. Somebody said I'm getting a lot of sun.
That's good. It's good. You need that. You got to tan a little bit.
There you go.
All right. Back into the sport. Shout out to Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in the Austin
Absolutely.
area. I don't know if he can handle those cases, but car accidents, workplace accidents, give him a call, 512-938-8929. Find him at hechtlawfirm.com. Okay, we promised some sound from Steve Sarkeesian. Let's get to the sound from Steve Sarkeesian. We were getting into a conversation about the Texas defensive line and can it be as good as what it was last year? Well, Sark was asked for an update. Of course, you've got 5 transfer defensive linemen. You've got 3 blue chip freshman defensive linemen and only 2 scholarship returnees on the interior of the Texas D line. So naturally, somebody asked Sark, hey, how are things going with your new look defensive line? Here's what he had to say.
The interior D lineman, man, we're deep. That's probably the biggest thing I can say about that group right now. And we're playing a lot of guys, which has been good. As you guys know, a lot of our practices will two-spot, where it might be the 1s and the 3s on this field and the 2s and the 4s on the upper field, and then we'll go 1s and the 2s on the lower field, 3s and the 4s on the upper field. But we've had 2 of our 6 practices where we've been on one field, and we're going 1s, 2s, 3s, 1s, 2s, 3s. And that is when I really feel our depth, because it's really interchangeable. A lot of those guys are pushing and trying to get more and more playing time. So I've been impressed. I've been impressed with Murad Watson, Cole Brevard. I've seen a step out of him. Hero Canoe, Alex January's stepped his game up from where he was a year ago. Levon, and what he's bringing, what he has going. So we're fortunate in that room.
Wow. I mean, that when he starts talking about 4s, 4 deep, that's awesome right there. And then even when you get into 3s playing in there with the 1s and 2s, that's a good thing. That sounds like an awful lot of depth. Not very many coaches get to talk about their 4s,
Right.
They're 14 guys. Those are the look squad guys that during the year will be giving good looks to the first team defense. If you get to 4s, but if you got some 4s in there that look as good as the 3s, that could possibly be a 2 and spell somebody for a series, that's awesome. That's really good depth right there. That's what you like to hear about. That's the one that makes you that when I say, can they do it 3 years in a row? My goodness. I never heard that guy talk about 4s. I never heard him get to the 4s at any position, really.
Well, you bring in 5 transfers, so that's 2.5 sets of starters at defensive tackle.
Sure.
You've got
the guys who were here.
You got the 2 guys who were here, so that gets you through a 3rd pair, and that gets you into your 4s. And then you've got 3 blue chip freshmen. I know they're freshmen, but you're talking about a 5-star and 2 high 4-stars, 3 of the top 70 players in the country in this class. Like, there's some talent there, and you're hearing really good things about those freshmen early on. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a bit of a difference between the 1s and the 4s, but I think Steve Sarkeesian is true to his word that he really feels like he could throw just about every scholarship defensive tackle on this team out on the field, and they're going to make something happen.
Yeah, this pass rush in the middle is going to be important too, because you know what you're going to get on the outside, but the push in the middle is going to be important to see how that is. And once again, everything is going to be showcased in week 1.
Yeah,
I know you'll be playing teams that won't be like Ohio State the next couple of weeks after that, but everything gets showcased in week 1, and that will be exciting to see if you get that kind of push against an Ohio State offensive line.
for sure. Yeah, and you'd love to see the interior D lineman get that consistent pass rush, because that's another thing you've had the last couple of years, right? Most people associate D tackles with stopping the run, and Texas has obviously been great at that too. But I mean, Byron Murphy 2 years ago was unbelievably good getting after the quarterback. And, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, those were strengths of their game last year. So, which of these guys can kind of do it all? Which of these guys can you throw out there on all 3 downs and expect them to be able to make plays? He talked about Cole Brevard. I mean, that guy's close to 360. Travis Shaw's close to 350. I don't know if those guys are going to be pass rushing threats. If they are, oh my God, they're going to be unstoppable forces there. But, you don't have only 350-pound guys. Hero Canoe's closer to 310. Alex January's close to 320. Murad Watson coming in from Syracuse is in that 315, 320 range.
Oh, yeah, that 320, that 315, 320 area, those are big dudes, man.
Those are big dudes, but you would think like Texas has had guys around that size the last couple of years who have been able to get a pass rush going. To me, those are the guys who are maybe more likely than the 350, 360 guys to, be able to make that happen.
And these guys at Texas in that range, and the people these guys are making money. I mean, they understand you come here from a Syracuse or a Purdue and you get coached by these coaches here, and you're seeing what these coaches have done with guys and now gone to the NFL. This is good. This is great news.
It's great news. Yep. Well, it was clearly a position of need for Texas going into the offseason. And I mean, Sark has openly talked about it since pretty much the moment he took this job, that he realizes the importance of winning up front and building through the trenches. And he knows what Texas has had the last 2 years, and he didn't want the defensive line to go from being one of the biggest strengths to a huge weakness. So you talk about money. Yeah, you got to spend a pretty penny to get defensive linemen in the portal. That's one of the most premium positions. Maybe outside of quarterback, it might be the most expensive position that there is in the transfer portal. So, like, you had to invest time, you had to invest money, you had to invest a lot of resources to make sure that D-line was, going to be up to par. I know it's practice. We're just talking about practice, man. But the early returns from what Texas went out and got are very positive.
Well, this will help this run game out. This will help this offensive line group mature in a hurry for guys that don't know what they're, that have been waiting their turn. So this is great for the run game. And if you can run against your defense, you ought to be able to run against anybody's defense.
Mm-hmm. Now, one more from Steve Sarkeesian here. This is an interesting one, Buck, and I want to get your thoughts as a former coach about what Sark's talking about here. I think he kind of brought this one up on his own. I don't think he was asked about, like, what's a big weakness for your team right now, or what's one thing that you're really trying to work on. I just think Sark kind of threw this in at the back half of an answer. But here's the head coach talking about, something that some of the younger players on this team need to get better at as fall camp continues.
One thing for us that I think with players that are trying really hard, we have to learn to learn how to deal with disappointment a little bit better. And what I mean by disappointment is not every play is going to go perfect. And you might miss a block, okay? You might not catch that ball. You might not get the yardage you thought you were going to get on the run. But you got to get on to the next play, and you got to give the next play the credit it deserves, because that next play has a life of its own. And I think right now, a little bit on offense, we're trying so hard that there's this level of disappointment that we're carrying some of that to the next play, and some of those mistakes are compounding on top of one another for certain players. So we've got to improve upon that. And as a coach, once you can identify that, we can talk to that, we can coach to that. But I think that's something we can improve upon.
Yeah, a lot of young guys will try things on their own. A lot of guys, young guys, this isn't the high school level. This isn't, what you're still thinking about, the things that you got away with because you weren't playing this level of football. And they get away with it, and they get away with it again and again. They're just better athletes. And now when you get with these guys like this that look like they're out of position, and this is where the hole is supposed to go, but you decide I'm bouncing this one outside, and you do that a couple times, everybody gets frustrated. The person themselves gets frustrated. The coaches get frustrated. And you have to just continue to talk to them and continue to tell them, no, that's not the direction. Here's where this is supposed to go. I know you're a great athlete. You think you can beat this guy. You think you can do this. You think you can swim move this guy. But I need you in this gap right here. But guys are going, no, I can get to the running back. The running back says I can get to I can outflank this guy and go. And it gets to be frustrating for everybody, but you had to keep coaching them. But it's still going to happen. Like every third or fourth play, the kid's going to do it on his own. And you as a coach have got to be able to, you got to be able to figure that out yourself. Which one is just the dumbass that keeps doing it over and over and over again his way, or the guy that's going to understand after you get through yelling at him about 3 or 4 times, he's going to start getting to do it your way. And then after a while, it just becomes natural. You understand that every once in a while he's going to do it his way, going to get away with it, going to make a big play, going to get tackled because he didn't go in the right gap or something, or a guy makes a play because he didn't go in the right gap. And you just got to, that's got to be a balance act between the coach and the player. But the player always kind of wants to do it his way. He wants to hear you coach and tell you this is how you do it, but they always want to do it their way. No matter how great the coach is, the player always thinks he knows best. This is how I've been doing it. This is what I've gotten away with, coach. I know you're going to coach me. It's going in this ear, but it's kind of out that ear after I get the ball in my hand or after I'm on a defender. It's just it's the balancing act that you have to do. So it'll coordinate itself. But there's probably a lot more failures than there is. Just like baseball, a lot more failures than there is things that are going to happen. That you have successes in football doing it your way.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating for some of these
Oh,
young guys
it
who
is.
were like by far and away the best players on the field in high school. And yeah, they could almost do whatever they want and it would work.
Sure.
Now all of a sudden you're practicing against players at the University of Texas who were also the best players at their high school and now are some of the best players in college football.
Right.
It's like, yeah, you can't quite get away with what you did before.
And the coach can't spend his time bitching and complaining when kids do it. So because the guy doesn't want to hear that. Eventually, it does go in one ear and out the other. If you're constantly screaming and yelling about certain things, a mature player will figure it out. A really good athlete will figure it out. Hey, coach is telling me this for a reason. Let me watch this over and over on the film. Now I see why I should have gone there. Now I understand why I should have gone there. Let me make it happen. Let me do it coach's way and see if it'll work that way. Because naturally, once you get the ball in your hand or you're going against an offensive lineman and stuff, and you make your move and do your thing, and you may have some success with it, the less the coach is on your ass about it. It's worked out your way. It's worked out his way. And everybody understands that, but even great players get coached. Sorry.
Sure.
Great players get coached. They all get coached. And even bad players that aren't great or just average players want to do it their way. Great players want to do it their way. Average players want to do it their way. Coaches want it done their way. So it's just balance. And he's talking about balancing up. As you get a little bit older into the system, you'll understand, and they do.
Yeah, well, these coaches have pretty long resumes, and they've had a lot of success at the University of Texas doing it their way. And the hope is, some of the older guys on the team who have been a part of the last 2 years worth of success can tell the young guys, like, hey, this works, man. Like, I was in your shoes a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's just not about your success. It's the team's success. So if we've got a scheme going, it's not your scheme. It's everybody's involved, in the front. Everybody's involved in the back. I mean, so we're not trying to make it so that you don't have success. We're trying to make it that everybody that's involved in these certain plays has success. Not just, It ain't just about you.
It ain't just about you. Yeah, the older guys can be like, when I was your age, I thought the coach was wrong too. I thought he didn't know what he was talking about. I thought I had all the answers. And it turns out, no, they actually know what they're doing. And maybe you should listen to some of the things that they're saying right now.
Yeah, I mean, even I got a chance to coach guys like Ricky and Pre. I mean, I got a chance to add my 2 cents in. I know it was about their natural ability, but you had to have them understand it's not just about you being able to do this. Well, hey, look what I just did. Well, if you'd have just done what I told you to do there and where the scheme works out, you could have done even more going this direction. So they have to look at it that way too. It's like I said, everybody has to have success in it. The coach has to have success in it. The player does. But I'm going to tell you, 80% of them, they want to do what the player wants. The player wants to do what he wants to do. I mean, that's just everything. That's in your household. That's everything. The person who's involved in the actual deal, they want to do it their way. And even when they're young, they think they know more than what the coach knows. Because guess what? The coach hadn't done it for years. The coach that may have been in that position, dude, you haven't done this in years. I've been doing this for the last 3 or 4 years. I just came out of high school. I was a star. I did it this way. When's the last time you actually had to be on the field and do it yourself?
Right.
You can coach it. You can look at film, but I've been doing this. So it's a good balancing act. And Sark knows it'll work out. I mean, it's worked out for them. They've had too much success for it not to work out.
And I think the other half of, that answer from Steve Sarkeesian talking about his guys making mistakes and letting those mistakes compound because they get frustrated or annoyed or down on themselves. Like that's hopefully that changes with time as well, because you have to have a short memory as a football player, right? Like you can't let the same play beat you twice. You turn it over on offense, you can't let that affect you the next time you're on offense. If you miss an assignment or blow a coverage on defense, you can't let that affect you on your next play. So Sark talking about like we got to instill that mindset of you can't let a bad play or a mistake beat you twice. I mean, Mac Brown used to say it. You can't let one loss beat you twice. And that was more big picture, talking about his team and actually winning or losing a football game. But I think that applies to individual plays as well. You can't let a bad play beat you twice. You got to forget about it and find a way to make something happen on the next one.
Yeah, I think the only thing I took personal in my coaching career was fumbles. I just took that personal. I just thought that I was a terrible teacher. When a guy became a fumbler, I just thought that's on me. That's not on the kid. I should be able to coach better than that. I took that as a personal insult from the kid to me, and from me to the kid, and from me to the team. When they would drop a ball, they didn't understand how important that ball was, you know. And I didn't have a lot of that in my coaching career with the players I coached, because I didn't recruit those kind of kids. If they were fumbling high, I looked at them and said, man, what a great player, but that dude can't hold on to the ball. Now, can I teach him to hold on to, can I get him at this level? No, I can tell a consistent fumbler when I see one, and I don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with it at this level. I can't deal with it. He's a great runner, but dude, every time somebody touches his arm, the ball goes on the ground. So if you, the receiver coach, want him, you can take him as a receiver. I can't take him as a running back. He's going to get hit too hard.
You never took a chance on a kid like that?
I never took very many chances on a kid who was a fumbler. If they fumbled in high school, they didn't play for me at Boston College, Illinois, or Texas. I just looked at the film, and I told the assistant coach that was recruiting him from an area, dude, this guy fumbles too much. This guy's had 8 fumbles as a senior in high school. I'm not bringing him here to teach him how not to fumble. He doesn't take care of the ball. He's real loose with the ball. You know, there's not a lot of. And plus, they all didn't look like Gale Sayers. There were some great ones, but they didn't look like Gale Sayers with the ball out here and stuff. And they didn't make you miss to that amount that I said, hey, you got to come here. I can help you out. Now, I can help you once you got here. And if you had, you know, some little quirky things, you could work on them. But I didn't take on very many fumblers, because once again, that was on me. That means I chose you to come here. You're still a fumbler, and I can't do anything about it here. And now you're sitting on a bench, and you're a great player, but you keep fumbling the ball. I'm like, no, that won't work out. Give me less flash and give me more security, and I'm okay.
You're like Michael Jordan, and I took that personally.
Yeah. Oh no, I took it. I took those things personally, and when guys fumble, I was a pain in the ass. And no, I wasn't having them walk around campus with the ball, but I was in their ear constantly. You know, do you fumble? I mean, I would say stuff about, do you fumble, you know, with your girl? Do you fumble around these kind of things? That don't you know what to do? I mean, what's wrong with you? What's up with you? Do you fumble your mom's steak at the house? I mean, you drop dishes at the. I mean, it would get personal, because I took it personal.
You would just constantly remind them how much they sucked. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, and then they didn't want to hear it. Guess what? They didn't fumble.
Sure. Well, that works, and it worked for you for a number of years, and yeah.
And I don't think you can do that. Like, that's a position you can do that kind of shit with a running back, because they're as goofy as hell. You can't do that to a quarterback. What, are you going to throw another pick the next time I put you? I mean, you can't mess around with the minds of a quarterback, because he's got too many things going on, you know?
Yeah.
Guy's got the snap count. He's got to know how to change a play. He can't worry about, coaches, if I throw this ball, is this going to get picked? You can't play psycho games with a quarterback. I mean, there's some that you probably can, you know, but there's a bunch of them that you just can't. They're just too tender.
Right. Yeah, hearing that bit of sound from Steve Sarkeesian, I thought he was directing that message towards the offense. And I don't know how many of the players are going to go back and listen to the press conference, but Sark usually echoes what he says at practice at those availabilities. So
yeah, I mean, you do that to a wide receiver. I mean, if you keep constantly on him about dropping the ball, to me, it'd be like, how the hell did you get to Texas? You can't catch. That's our mistake. That's not your mistake. Who recruited you? The wide receiver coach recruited you, and you can't catch at this level? I'm sorry, kid. That's not on you. You could never. I mean, in high school, you could catch a ball, but from a college quarterback, you can't catch it. Well, the guy who recruited you, we need to go yell at him.
Yeah. You hear all these stories about the defense being ahead of the offense right now, and the defense winning most of the team drills against the offense right now. So I'm sure it's getting a little annoying for the guys on offense to have to deal with that over and over again. So I took that as a message maybe to the younger quarterbacks, maybe to the young receivers. You know, Texas has a lot of those on this roster this year. Maybe some of the younger offensive linemen. Like, you're going up against Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke and Colton Vasek and Trey Moore and, the interior defensive line guys that we just talked about. Like,
Yeah.
it's probably frustrating at times because those guys might be taking your lunch money at times. So just making
Yeah,
sure
but you got to
you're
win some of those battles too.
Sure.
It's how you're going to compete. You may fumble one play, you may take it to the house on the next play. It's how you come back after you fumble. Do you come back with another fumble, or do you come back with another drop, or do you make a great play, or you just make an average play? It's you got to be able to compete. Because once again, it's not quite as bad as baseball, but there's a lot of failures on the football field. I mean, the guys on the other side of you are good too. And at this level, they're really, really good. You don't get to – there's very few of them. They get to be the Derek Johnsons of the world where you just dominate guys. And you know what I'm saying? You don't get to dominate all the time at this level. So you got to make sure the victories are good, but there's going to be some failures. And how do you overcome the failures? And that's going to be the same for Arch Manning. As good as everybody thinks he is, he's going to have his day. He's going to have his day at practice. He's going to have his day in a quarter. He's going to have his day in a game. How does he bounce back from that? I mean, how does he handle that kind of stuff?
Of course. Absolutely. Everyone goes through their ups and downs. And first year quarterback, even as optimistic and excited as we are for Arch Manning,
yes,
he's gonna have some bumps and bruises along the way this year.
Yeah, the guys on the other side are sometimes pretty good too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Some great Texas football conversation in hour one. We've got more to dive into in hour two, including some nuggets on the special teams and some changes we could see in that third phase this year. We also have some NFL stories to dive into, and of course, another airline story to talk about as well.
Yeah,
so a lot coming your way in hour two. But before we dive in, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Tell our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, if you are struggling, speaking of struggling, if you are struggling with your air conditioning system right now and wondering why you can't keep the temperature down, call in the folks at Woods Comfort System. They will come out and their technicians will get it fixed in a jiffy. You don't have to wait days on end to get service with Woods Comfort System. The technicians will be there. They won't be there all day. They'll find out what the problem is, and they'll get that air conditioning right where you want it. And folks, when it comes to heating, it's the same thing. They'll start preparing your home for being winterized for the winter months ahead of us. And if you've got problems with plumbing, they do plumbing now. They are just as good as anybody. And Rodney and those guys who have had people out, and of course, Wags obviously has had people out fixing the plumbing system at his house. Woods Comfort System is the very best. Close to 70 years of service in Central Texas. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, they don't. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, 512-842-5066. The phone number to get a hold of them. Shout out to Woods Comfort Systems. Also, some love to our friends at AV Consultations. Oh, yeah.
FedEx Cup coming up, baby.
FedEx Cup coming up. If you're a big golf fan, looking forward to that, call AV Consultations. If you're a football fan, which I got a hunch most of you are, that's a good reason to call AV Consultations. We're 23 days away from kickoff of the Texas football season. That means you've got just over 3 weeks to make the call to AV Consultations and get on the schedule. And then Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. Upgrade your home TV setup so you don't have to spend all of your time and money every Saturday and Sunday driving around the city, going to the sports bars, driving to your friends' places, driving to your in-laws' places. You don't want to do that stuff. You want to be able to go from your bed to your couch on Saturday morning, and then boom, you're set from big noon kickoff all the way to Pack 2 after dark, or whatever the hell they're calling that these days. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texans since 1988, coming up on 4 decades. They're the absolute best at what they do. We talked about them for years. They've hooked us up, and they will do the same for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. Again, 255-8678. That's the number. You can find them online at avconsultations.com.
And our good friends over at Relax the Back save a bunch of money right now on select massage chairs and, of course, zero gravity recliners there and adjustable mattresses, Tempur-Pedic pillows, and mattress sets at, of course, Relax the Back. And you're going to love it. If you've got problems with your thoracic back, lumbar area, it doesn't matter. Hips, shoulders, Relax the Back has an accessory just for you. 2 great locations, the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I'm rocking one of our new TSU quarter zips today. Love these
Sweet.
things, man. They look great and they feel great, and they were made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Based in South Austin, they will get you what you need and they will get it to you quickly. So if you have a business or just a big event coming up that needs any sort of merch, pullovers, polos, t-shirts, hats, stickers, signs, whatever, Waterloo Printing and Graphics can make it happen for you. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can reach out to our man Adam directly, 512 300 9641.
All right. Thanks for all your tips on eating yesterday. I did have a handful of blueberries for breakfast this morning.
There
Thank
you
you very
go.
much. I had coffee. I got away from, the little airline biscuits that they give you, whatever those things are.
Biscoff?
Biscoff. I've got packs of those. I've shut them down. So I didn't even have them with my coffee, just had coffee, a handful of blueberries, no grapes, got rid of my grapes, which suck. I don't like that. I'm going to get some strawberries, but started out the morning right.
You can't have grapes anymore?
Too much sugar, I believe.
Oh, that's not your issue, though. I thought cholesterol was your issue.
I got some other things going on.
Ay, that's not
I'm
good. Well,
kind of a sweet guy. You know that.
yeah. How'd you get all? I don't know about that. You're kind of a jerk to me at times, so I don't know if I'd call you
Paulie told me that he
sweet.
was going to call my wife and tell her, "Hey, I saw him eating a Snickers bar on the golf course." I mean, seriously. I mean, he like threatened to call up Joyce and say, Joyce always knows that Paul will bring like an extra taco for the second back nine for me, like a meat taco with some cheese in it, and that's
Sure.
all right. But he says, "But I'm going to let her know also that you just ate a Snicker bar." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Dude, what's the deal? You squealer?"
I'm gonna tell her that I saw you at Amy's getting ice cream.
Yeah, and that's his deal. He said, "I'm going to let her know that while you're out of town, you're eating a bunch of shit." I'm like, "Come on, man. Let's not get that far. Let's not do that."
Saw
You
you
know?
hanging out with Little Debbie. He was cheating
No,
on you
no,
with
little
that little
Debbie.
girl
Sorry,
named
sorry
Debbie.
about that. Hashish at 7-Eleven. Little Debbie's is off the list now for a while.
Oh, don't
Yes.
say that.
No, dude, I'm not messing with Little Debbie's anymore. I'm
All
staying
right.
away from her.
Stay away from the little girls. That's a
Yeah,
smart move.
staying out of her kitchen.
Golly. All right. So how'd you get all
Snitches
those?
get stitches. Snitches get stitches.
Tell Paulie that right there, and then say it when you're holding a 9-iron in your hand.
Hey, salmon night tonight. Oh, gross.
Oh no. That's a good thing for you to eat. We talked about that being one of those foods that's low in
Yes.
cholesterol and can actually help your cholesterol numbers too. So that's not a bad thing for you to eat these days.
Let me ask you folks something. You great geniuses out there, you doctors. Can I eat Chinese food? No rice. No rice involved. Is beef and broccoli all right? Beef and broccoli. No rice on the bottom of rice. No brown rice. No white rice. And I know somebody's going to say brown rice is okay, white rice is not. But can I just go beef and broccoli with the little tang sauce they put on the top? And that little
Feel
tang
like
sauce is good.
I feel like that Asian girl's tang is probably not good for you to consume right now.
Oh no. Oh, I got to be able to have some Chinese food here and there. I'm staying away from the sushi. That ain't
Yeah,
happening.
I think there's a big enough variety of Chinese food to where I don't know if there's an all-encompassing answer to your question. So like I don't know if beef and broccoli, we talked about beef not being the leanest meat that you can eat. So I don't know if that's the best dish, and I would assume
Oh,
that sauce is pretty heavy. So
yeah.
probably one of the worst dishes that you could be consuming, you know?
I'll
A
only stir
little,
fry or saute.
there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little stir-fried chicken dish or something with chicken and veggies. You could probably make that work.
did chicken yesterday. I ate a bunch of chicken. I went, of course. I do my classic salad. Add a little chicken to that with some tomatoes in it, so it was okay. Caesar
Okay,
salad with Caesar salad with chicken in it. Added a little chicken in it.
here is I just did a little search on WebMD's nuts to find the most and least healthy Chinese food dishes.
All right.
Okay? We'll go back and forth because that's how they did it in this article. Worst egg rolls.
Oh, I love egg. I mean, that's no good for you. A little soy sauce on the top of it.
Who doesn't love egg rolls? Those things are delicious, but they're wrapped in dough and deep fried.
Yeah, okay.
You get that sweet dipping sauce. Like I
Yeah,
can't
oh
imagine
yeah.
that's very good. One of the best, vegetable dumplings.
Oh, okay.
That start there. Worst crab rangoon.
Don't mess with anybody's rangoon. No, I leave that
Okay.
alone anyway.
Soups are good for you.
Egg drop soup, okay?
That's what it says.
Nice.
Typically healthy. Bad for you, General Sawdude's chicken. Don't eat that. Stir fries is good for you. Kung Pao chicken. It's pretty good for you.
Where do they get the chicken from? With their compound chicken? From some compound?
I believe they get it from Kung Pao himself.
Oh, really?
A different general, yeah. But he had some problems, so he was discharged and lost his general name, so now he's just Kung Pao. General So got to keep his.
Nice.
I think that's the word on the street. So it seems like chicken. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but chicken dishes are pretty good. And
They didn't say, what about my beef and broccoli? What about beef?
Fried dishes are not very good. Orange beef is under the worst category, as is beef lo mein.
Don't mess with that anyway.
You don't mess with the lo mein?
No.
I like that stuff, man. It's good stuff.
I'm a broccoli, chicken and broccoli, beef and broccoli guy. So I'm just trying to figure out, can I do those?
I would think chicken is your better option there of those.
Why aren't you letting me have the beef? I'm trying to work that beef in there.
I know. Hey, you could do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you, but you're asking the internet what they say about it, and well, that's what they say about it.
Dude, I have like 8 plates of frozen lasagna in the freezer waiting for me before my wife left because she makes great lasagna. I just can't do lasagna every night. It's just because I can't do any bread and butter with it. So just eating plain lasagna gets really old in a hurry. There's not many vegetables. There's not many veggies you throw in there with lasagna, you know?
I was going to say, I don't know if lasagna is the healthiest thing to be eating anyways right now.
Well, she puts there's no oil. It's just, and it's still good. It still tastes, she does a good job with the taste. You know, just the right amount of onions, just the right amount of little meat, because I do meat lasagna. I don't play veggie lasagnas. I got to have meat in it. So
yeah, you want flavor. That's a good thing. I'm with you on that.
So I'm okay with my peppers from my garden, but my peppers with onions, you know, green peppers and not. I still gotta put. I'm sorry, I put butter in the dish. Got to have it.
Hey, don't apologize to me. Apologize to your doctor. You know, that's actually don't. He's making more money off of you.
I just want a single finger deal the next time I see him. When he gets my list of stuff that's going on, I just don't want him going tri-finger or Longhorn or anything else on me. You know what I'm saying?
What does that mean? Like in
or
your rectal area?
You know, all the different things that happen with fingers. I just want single digits.
You don't want the like Spider-Man thing going here?
I don't want Spider-Man. I don't want Longhorn. I don't want Spider-Man.
What about the Star Trek? You want to go
I don't want
Spock here?
I just want single. Oh my God.
Wichita State logo.
No, I don't want any shockers. I want single. Okay, I read your history here. Things have to change. So, lasagna, no noodles. Ooh, wow. Grass-fed butter. What's grass-fed butter? Butter.
Grass-fed butter. I have no idea what that is. Is butter a living thing now?
I didn't know that. I'm going to go look at my neighbors and see if there's butter wandering out there in the grass.
Does butter eat grass?
What about, okay, my last question before we go on. What about the pork, people? What can I do pork-wise? Can I put that pork on a grill or in a pan? I can do that. I like pork. A pork chop, my own pork chop. If I go to some of these other places that have these massive pieces of pork chop, they got too much stuff on it, too much glaze and things like that. Can I do my own pork chop? Pork's got to be good for you, right?
According to Harvard Health Publishing, not really familiar with that organization, They have given a list of 4 foods that you will want to avoid if you have high cholesterol. And pork is one of them. Yeah. Especially pork chops and ribs and roasts.
Thank you,
Beef.
CB. I use Kerrygold butter. Thank you, CB. I appreciate that. I do use that butter.
There you go. Yeah, pork is generally considered a high cholesterol food, but maybe if you get lean cuts, you can get leaner cuts of pork, a little tenderloin perhaps. That's a little better than.
That means you don't get the HEB product. You go to Whole Foods Central Market. That's lean and that's costly.
Oh yeah, you're paying a little bit more to eat healthier. That's why it's hard to eat healthier.
Anything in the plastic won't cost as much as the butcher carving it off, you know?
Oh yeah, going to the fresh meat department.
Yeah, I think I'm doing myself a favor, and then I see when it hits the scale how much it costs.
Yeah, asking the guy for a cut of his own meat. Hey, give me some of your meat, please. And can you cut the cheese while you're at it, sir?
All right, I'm good. I'm good for salmon tonight.
You're set up. All right, salmon
with some veggies. See you later.
Side of lasagna. It sounds like that's.
No, I'm not messing with lasagna. The lasagna, and I the sad part about that, I have to eat all those plates of meat before she gets back, or she's offended that I don't like her lasagna, which I love it. But dude, I just can't eat she's gone like 8 days. I can't. If you have 8 servings, I can't eat all that stuff. I can't eat it every day.
Is she going to get mad if you're telling her that you're focused on lowering your cholesterol, so you've been eating foods that do that instead?
No, I'd rather be cholesterol bound than to offend her with her lasagna. That's worse. That's worse than getting sick or dying.
Good husband right there. Man, that is big sacrifice. You're willing to sacrifice your life just to make sure that your wife isn't offended by your lack of love for her lasagna.
She doesn't make me many things. She doesn't do a lot of that stuff, you know. She'll do some stuff in that air fryer that she'll actually put a steak in the air fryer for me when she doesn't want to see me screw up the grill.
Air frying a steak.
It's good. It's pretty good. If you get a little cube steak, it works out okay.
Yeah, it just feels disrespectful to that cut of beef. You know, he didn't die for that.
No, I agree with you. Salmon on the George Foreman grill.
Let's
not get George Foreman back involved in this, please.
The lean, mean, fat-reducing grilling machine. That's going to help you out some.
That ghetto bopper, I don't want that thing. I'm not putting anything in that deal.
No one's better than the George Foreman. You might think you're better than the George Foreman grill.
I am.
Tell you,
I am better than the George Foreman grill. That's to all of you people.
Elon Musk isn't better. Jeff Bezos isn't better. The richest people in the world aren't better than the George Foreman grill. All right.
Those people never had a George Foreman grill in their lives ever.
Most people have never had a good meal.
I'm gonna venture to say that Elon Musk at some time in his life used a George Foreman grill. No, never.
No, he's a pretty smart guy. Not to offend anybody. You got to be careful saying anything nice about Elon Musk nowadays, but pretty smart guy. I would think he's smart enough to have used a George Foreman before.
What, is a hand warmer?
Maybe. It's got multiple, it's a fat reducing machine. Maybe that could be the next Ozempic. You just put yourself on there, burn some fat,
I'm the only person in the world that's never used it. I'm the only poor ass person in the world that never used it as a means of feeding myself or my family. I've seen people use it. I've been around it, but I've never actually myself said, I'm going to try this on my George Foreman. I've never done it.
How are you dunking on something you've never used?
Because I know it's a piece of crap.
It ain't a piece of crap. It's awesome. It's easy. It's quick.
Now we're talking about the hibachi. Hey, I'm Chinese. We're talking about the hibachi. I've used that bad boy on the back of the patio in college. Everybody had, some people may have had the big green egg. I had the hibachi. It worked just as well. Except for you can only put 2 pieces of meat on a hibachi or 3 hot. Hey, by the way, let me ask you this question, BK. I know I'm supposed to move on, but listen, what is the deal here? Why do I have these high intakes of cholesterol, my LDL and some of this stuff? How comes that fool Joey Chestwood can eat 60,000 dadgum hot dogs and there ain't shit wrong with him? What is the deal here? I mean, I'm not saying anything about God. I know there's some things that I've gotten away with, things in life you just have and that you don't have. How can that little cretin eat 60 hot dogs at a sitting like 20 times a year and there ain't shit wrong with him? All he has to do is crap it out.
What did you call him?
Joey Chestwood or whatever, Chestnuts or whatever is shit in the woods. Why isn't that guy laid up against some tree crapping all day long?
It's a professional athlete you're talking about,
Oh,
sir.
Come on, man.
Show him some respect. He trains year round to have that body. All right.
Wow.
And to do what he does. Okay. So he is one of the best athletes in the world. And that's why he's able to do what he does.
Tell me, how good are those hot dogs? How good are those hot dogs for you? He does swallow those. I know they come out eventually, but there's bread. I mean, how comes that guy isn't, what is his LDL and cholesterol level and intake of just varmint shit that they pack into that hot dog?
You think he's eating varmint shit up there on stage at Coney Island?
Dudes, that is not 100% clean beef, I got to believe.
I don't know. I feel like they are. You know, it's the biggest hot dog event of the year. I feel like they're bringing out the good stuff for that. Don't you?
There's too many of them. Can't be that good.
Well, they're probably boiling them. I don't think they're like they got a grill going and there's a couple of grill masters out there just cooking for like 5 hours before the event. I think they just throw them in a giant pot and cook them up enough to where they're edible. But yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't know what Joey Chestnut. I assume that goes in and out very quickly. I assume after those guys.
Chris CB says he's a legend. Don't be getting after the legend. I wish
You're
I had the
saying
innards of that fool.
The amount of disrespect that you just showed Joey Jaws is the guy who holds 55 world records, a guy who has won the mustard yellow belt, a world record 17 times, the #1 rated eater in Major League Eating. Like, this is the Tom Brady of food consumption.
Oh, he's probably got issues too.
He can't be questioning him. This is the greatest competitive eater in human history. Don't be smearing his name like that. But to answer your question, I have no idea what his LDL or whatever the hell you said is right now.
PSA and everything else, yes.
I also have no idea how he's not incredibly fat, but he makes it work somehow, some way. And it's not like he only does one competition a year on July 4th. I mean, that guy's doing all sorts of competitions all year round.
That's how he makes his money. That's how he makes his living.
But he finds a way.
Eating dogs. Oh, gross.
I don't know if he's
eating the dogs.
You think he's eating the dogs?
They're eating the dogs.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I also love how in that rant that you said you were Chinese there. I don't think I forgot about that. That was why I played the breaking news sounder. I did not realize that you now identified as a Chinese person.
Trying to get them all in now before it's too late. I don't try not to offend people, so trying to get on to everybody. I'm trying to get into everybody's group.
I'm here to tell you, if you're trying to not offend people, you are not doing a good job. You're not trying as hard as you maybe should be, sir. Oh my God. All right, I don't even know how to segue that back into sports, but hey, we'll try. We're really emphasizing the unfiltered here to start off hour number 2 of a Thursday show. Back into Texas football here, Buck. A little special teams conversation for you.
Yes, sir.
You know, you and I have been harping on the special teams all off season long. Hell, we were harping on that unit all
during
last
the season.
Yeah, they weren't good. They were one of the worst special teams in America in 2024. And well, it's something that has to get better here in 2025. And look, the coaching staff, they made it a point of emphasis. They went out in the portal. They brought in a new kicker. They brought in a new punter. They're going to have different returners back there this year. So it's, you know, just from a personnel standpoint, it's going to look night and day different. Now we're trying to see the results look night and day different from last year. An interesting thing that Jeff Banks said last week when he held a little press availability when the coordinators were talking to the media, he was, bringing up changes that are going to be made to the Longhorn special teams this year. And he said, quote, I think we were more of a returner-based system the last 2 years with Silas Bolden and Matt Golden last year, and then Xavier Worthy and Jaden Blue in 2023. I think we probably will be more of a pressure unit this year.
There you
And
go.
I know that's music to your ears. Last year was the first year in Steve Sarkeesian's tenure that Texas did not block a punt. And they obviously played more games last year than they had in any of the previous 3 seasons. And look, to call a spade here, like Texas's special teams was so bad last season, they weren't that great at returning either. Like they were better, I guess, at returning than they were at, being a pressure unit. But, they did have one punt return touchdown, but it came in the second to last game of the year against Arizona State. And they ranked 38th in punt return average last year. And if that game against Arizona State and that one return against Arizona State doesn't happen, obviously they're a lot lower in that department. So they weren't good at anything last season. But Jeff Banks, the guy in charge of making these decisions, is saying, Buck, that this will be more of a pressure unit than we've seen around here the last couple of years.
Boy, that's good to know, because game number one, you're talking about getting after somebody in game number one. If that's in your mind, talking about changing the outcome of a game, and in a lot of different ways, special teams can do it in game one for sure.
Yeah, Texas had 2 punt blocks in 2023. They were also 11th in the country in punt return average too. Like, they had Keelan Robinson there, who was great at blocking punts, and they had Xavier Worthy, who's the fastest guy in the NFL back there returning punts. So you were elite in both of those spots, and that's why you were, again, one of the best special teams in the nation that year. In 2022, they blocked 3. Buck, in 2021, 5-7, the worst year that Sark had here by a mile. Texas was tied for first in the country with 4.
Oh no,
punts.
teams were on the lookout for Texas every time they had to punt the ball. They had to be careful, guys off the corner or up the middle. I mean, they had specialists that's what they did, and they've got so many athletes now. That's why I can't believe that they didn't keep that thing going and putting pressure on people.
And they went from 4 to 3 to 2 to 0 punt blocks in Sark's 4 years. That's almost like the red zone offense stat, where the red zone offense was the best in year one, and then it's kind of gradually gotten worse since then. Texas, it's not all special teams. You can have a great special teams unit without a ton of punt blocks, but the punt blocking stat has gotten worse every year that Sark has been in Austin.
Yeah, that getting after the punter, Keelan Robinson off the corner was, that was a pain. That guy was in your backfield off the snap, with his speed. I got to believe they've got a guy with quick twitch. You talk about the freshman that played baseball coming off the corner, a long guy like that. If he's quick and quick twitch to get him going, you got to get him on special teams. If he's going to play in games, that special teams, that needs to be one of his deals. I don't care if he's coming in the middle, but somebody's got to be the threat off the corner.
I think Ryan Niblett is the guy who's most likely to be that guy, right? And that's the role I'd love for him to have. If he can be this year's Keelan Robinson and be that special teams ace, then that'd be huge.
Certainly would be.
DeAndre Moore last week, he said Ryan Niblett might be the fastest guy on the team. Well, you obviously need speed coming off the edge when you're trying to block a punt. So obviously, you have to get your timing down and your jumps down, and you got to have that quick first step. And there's a hell of a lot more that goes into it than I'll ever know. But that's a guy. Look, he's played offense, he's played defense, he's been on special teams in the past, but he is an elite athlete, and that to me is the guy who has the best skill set to be that type of player on the 2025 roster.
Yeah, I hope they make him a big part of what they're doing on that special teams for sure.
Yeah, but Jonah Williams, I like that name too. Like, freshman, he's an incredible athlete, and you got to find ways to get a guy like that on the field. And he's going
to be traveling with it. He's going to be going with it. You got to get him to do something. Can't just make the trip.
Right. And, at safety, it's going to be tough for him to get playing time because you got Michael Taft, and you've got Jelani McDonald, and you've got Derek Williams, and Xavier Philsmeet. There's a lot of guys at safety on this team right now. So, Jonah Williams, if he does want to make an impact early on, it may have to happen on special teams. And yeah, maybe it could be both of those guys. Niblett coming off of one edge and Jonah Williams coming off of another edge. Who knows?
Yeah, if Jonah Williams is a 6'2" guy, I worry about. I mean, that I don't see. You don't see very many punt returners that big back there.
Oh, now talking about the return game. I was talking more as a
Yeah, I mean, I love him off
blocker.
the edge because of his length.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, he's been doing some work at punt return in
yeah,
camp.
I hope.
He missed the first few days, but now he's back out there, and it sounds like they've at least thrown him on punt team once or twice.
Sure.
So I don't know. Again, I think he's playing catch up, right? I think Texas is going to end up going with a more veteran guy as their actual returner. But yeah, I mean, just those punt blocks, man, those are such difference makers. Those are
Oh,
game
they just
changing
you talk about
plays.
demoralizing a opposing team. That is the best. That
Yeah,
double thud sound is like you getting kicked in the balls when you hear that punt block. It's like, oh, that
yeah,
is that's I love that. I like that almost as good as a long punt return. I love the punt block.
yeah.
That demoralizes the opposing team because it demoralizes the entire sideline, not just the punt, not just the group that's trying to protect for the punt, but it demoralizes the offense and the defense. The trainer gets pissed. Everybody's mad about those.
Mm-hmm. That's again a game changing type of play. And
Yes,
Texas has had a few of those in the Sark era, but none last year. So we'll see. I like hearing that from
I do too.
Jeff Banks. You want to have your cake and you want to be able to eat it too. So you hope that they can be a pressure unit that gets a few blocks, but also the ones that they don't block, you hope you've got a nice returner back there who can
Yeah,
help
yeah.
flip
Once
the
again,
field.
BK, I'm like you. And the kickoff return is not that important. Who you put back there, if you want to put Gibson or somebody back there, fine. Just catch the ball, run, don't fumble. Okay, we're back. Give me the ball at 20, 25. Take a knee. Let's go. But most of those balls get kicked out of the end zone these days. Not many kickoff
Yeah.
returns anyway.
Right. Yeah. You see more punt returns than kickoff returns these days because of the touchback rules and the moving of
Sure.
the kickoff and all of those things. So yeah, I think punt returner is obviously a kickoff return. Touchdown usually impactful play too, but those are fewer and further between nowadays than they used to be.
Yeah, we won't
So
know much about the kicker until we actually see him kick in a game. Nobody cares. I don't care what he does at practice. You don't have to tell me how he's kicking them between the uprights all day long down at the other field. I don't care. I don't care until the day of the game and he kicks a 40-yard field goal and he hits two of them and he misses two. I'll be pissed then.
well, I was going to tell you that the early returns on Mason Shipley are very good, but you don't care to hear that.
That's just hearsay till the crowd is screaming and yelling and there's more in these stands than there was down there in Southwest Texas,
Right. Until
Or
you're kicking a
Texas State.
42-yard field goal for the win in the horseshoe with 100,000 people
Right.
threatening you and yelling at you to miss it. That's a little different than the bubble, I would think.
Or 8,000 down at Texas State at their packed house. Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
different.
wow. I'm not used to hearing you dunk on Texas State like that.
Well, we're gonna get better.
Thought you'd
Next
love.
year's
Oh,
we'll hit
now
full
they're
stride.
we.
Hey, we'll hit full stride next year.
Hey, don't forget they're going to the Pac-12 next year, or the
Oh,
Pac,
that's right.
whatever the hell it is. So be careful talking smack about Texas State. All right, they're moving up to Power 5.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
brace
guess
yourselves.
still deep down inside they had to do that, didn't they, for survival?
That was the right move for them. Like I know it's not the old Pac-10 or Pac-12, but it's better than the Fun Belt that they're in, and they'll make more money
Yeah,
than they have in the
there'll be
past.
more to join the Pac-12 than there will to be joining the Fun Belt. I got to believe,
Yeah, and
unless it all becomes the Fun Belt after the major ones. No
you're
such
saying
thing
like
as a Pac-12.
every G5 conference just
Yes.
all folds into the Fun Belt, and it's just
Yeah.
one giant super conference of ass.
There you go.
One giant ass conference. Well, that's the ACC. They already exist. I don't know.
That's
No.
true. It already exists.
Oh man. So yeah, early returns on Mason Shipley are great, and the
Good.
early returns on Jack Bowmeister are incredible.
That's what I
So
like to hear there.
again, yeah, you care way more about what all of these guys do in the games, and I know Texas fans have some UTSD with the kicking game from last year, to where it's like, okay, show me what the kicker can do in a big spot against another team, because that's what cost Texas the SEC title last season, and damn near cost Texas in the Peach Bowl too. Yeah, I understand having that mindset of, all right, I know Mason Shipley's got great stats in his career, And I know he's off to a great start at practice, but I got to see it on a Saturday in the fall for me to truly believe it. That's fair. That's fair. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. It's 512 Baby Fat. Or you can hit us up on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Keep the live comments coming in. We appreciate y'all tuning in on a Buck Off Thursday edition of Bucky and BK. Got a little NFL to get into. We got to talk about this ESPN NFL deal. I don't know if you saw this, but a wild shakeup in the football media game earlier this week. Plus, one of your Vikings has been suspended 3 games to start the season, Buck. That's good news for your Minnesota team. And we also have an update on the smelling salts story. We may be okay after all. But before we switch gears here, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick, Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, for all your Longhorn gear, polos, hats, cups, glasses, T-shirts. They've got them. Got my hat on. Hey, got my game gear on right here too. Got my polo on. Love this polo for any time of the year, but especially in the summertime. Boy, this thing breathes. The breathing is unbelievable with this shirt. You can get a little sweaty, but it's not going to get wet. I love this dry fit. And Sue Patrick's over there. They've got everything that you need at 5222 Burnett Road. Plenty of free parking. Tyler Campbell, they've got that stuff. They got the good. Hey, I'm not going to use my dishwashing machine. I mean my laundry, but I've got it in there now. I've got one for my wife when she comes back. I made sure that one is available to her. But they've got it all, brother. Let me tell you. And those schedule glasses, been using those for my iced tea, BK. We got the schedule glasses, the up-to-date schedule glasses, and the T-shirts available. And please don't forget the Jelly Cats. And $59, you're going to get free shipping with items over $59. And it will get to you in a hurry. Check them out at SuePatrick.com, please.
Yes, indeed. Best way to gear up for the upcoming season is with our friends at Sue Patrick. Shout out to them, and shout out to OLIPOP as well. Every time we go to Sue Patrick, they usually hook us up with some OLIPOP. And look, my fridge back home is stocked with it. I told y'all the story yesterday. I was in New York City a couple of nights ago, went into a Starbucks. Did I get some of their ass coffee? No, I did not. I got some of their OLIPOP. That's right. They had cans available at Starbucks. They're all over the place. They're at grocery stores, H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods. They're at places like 7-Eleven. They're even at Starbucks, too, with good reason. This stuff is fantastic. It is the game changer of all game changers. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I don't know how they did it, because usually when you think about health food, it tastes horrible. Well, OLIPOP found a way to make a soda taste like soda, but actually be good for your gut health. Now, this stuff is fantastic. They've got 19 different flavors to choose from as well. And again, it's easy to find. So next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. And some love to our friends at Centex Tickets as well. Oh, yeah, 23 days away from kickoff. If you want to be in the building for Texas, Ohio State, only one place you need to look to find your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Don't forget to use our promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. And that's not just for the Buckeyes game. That's for every game all season long. They are your one-stop shop for Texas football tickets here this season and every season. Go see our friends at centextickets.com.
Great.
All right. Buck, I'm sure you saw this. I feel like most people have seen this by now. ESPN
Yes,
is
sir.
acquiring the NFL Network and NFL Red Zone in a wild deal. A wild deal. ESPN is getting the NFL Network and a number of other NFL media assets, including the linear rights to the Red Zone channel that everybody loves. They're also getting NFL.com's fantasy football product as well. And in exchange for all of that, the NFL is getting a 10% equity stake in the 4-letter network.
This is a good deal for both parties.
I guess time will tell. You know, football fans, myself included, when we first heard this, were like, how is ESPN going to screw this up? Because ESPN has screwed up a lot over the years, and I don't think ESPN in 2025 is nearly as good as ESPN in 2015 and 2005, and maybe even further back as well. So
Because it cost us somewhere, some shape or form. Is it going to cost us more here shortly?
Yeah, well, I think ESPN is going to start having this $29.99 a month streaming service. Now, they already have ESPN Plus that you can pay for, and that's like, I don't know, $10 a month right now. Shout out to my friend's parents who pay for that. So I don't know how much it is. But yeah, they're going to add this new streaming service that's like $30 a month that you don't have to pay for, but to get all of these things, you do have to pay for it. So, my biggest fear is like, how are they going to screw up Red Zone? Maybe this is already screwing up a little bit because you're going to have to pay something extra for it potentially. But Red Zone's the best channel in the world. Are you a Red Zone guy, Buck?
No.
Have you tried it before?
Yeah, I have. I mean, I just get games as I get them. I don't particularly need to know every 15 seconds who's in the red zone. I catch games. I catch individual games. I can't do 4 screens like you do. That's too much for me to handle.
Overstimulated.
That's overstimulation for me. I can't watch 2 screens. I got to have 1 screen and pay attention to exactly what I'm looking at. 4 screens would get me in red zone with all the different things that happen in red zone. That's too much. It's like I don't feel like I need to know everything about what's happening in every game. I know I'm gonna, you're gonna bet on games and things like that, but I'll get it as I get it. At halftime and things like that. I don't need to know all that.
All right. I think red zone was.
You know why? Because I can't change the game.
Right. Well, it's
I
still
can
entertaining.
change the outcome. Yeah, I'd like to be able to change the outcome. I don't want to see it. I like a surprise here and there.
All right. I was going to say, for fantasy football players and for sports bettors, like red zone is the easiest way for you to keep track of what's going on around the league.
Yeah, but I'm not a bettor. Some guys that bet, they go by quarter, they go by series. They're a constant. It keeps on going. I'm not into it as much as I'm into it for the games. I'm not into it for the quarters. I don't need to have how many first downs or whatever it is so I can make an extra $30-40. People that are really serious about betting, they do all of that stuff. They know it all. They study it to the point. I'm not going to study it that much.
Well, the problem is you only get 2 noon games and 1 afternoon game on your cable package every Sunday.
Yeah.
So there's way more games than that going on. Obviously, you could pay for Sunday Ticket, which allows you to watch like full games of every game. But that's the beauty of Red Zone is you don't have to pay for Sunday Ticket, and you get to see what's going on in every game.
Yeah, but see, I can't. I don't need to be stimulated by football all day on. It's too much for me.
Okay.
I know you love it. You love that. You can do that. That you can watch that all from the beginning of the morning. Have a 11 o'clock game and you can watch it 11 o'clock at night. I can't do it. I can't stay focused enough on that particular sport that long. It would drive me crazy. I can't go to lunch, come back and watch it again. I just catch it bits and pieces. If there's a particular game that I want and I watch 4 quarters, I then can't go to the next game. I can't do it for that many hours.
You're missing
Once
out.
again, remember, a mind is a terrible thing. My mind is a terrible thing.
Yeah, you're not thinking when you're watching football. You're just watching football. If you go away from the TV, then all of a sudden you start thinking about other shit, and that's
I need to think about other shit. Yes.
No, you don't, because then it becomes a terrible thing. It's best to not think. Turn your brain off. Turn your mind off, and just watch Scott Hansen for 7 hours on Red Zone.
That's all you need. I can't do it.
So here's some potential good news. Like everyone's curious. Again, football fans everywhere are like, oh my God, ESPN's going to ruin Red Zone. And it's been so great for so long. And now that they've got their hands on it, they're going to turn this into dog crap. And, some good news here. Scott Hansen, who is the very popular host of Red Zone, not Chris Hansen, the Dateline host, Scott Hansen is going to continue hosting the show. And that's good. And the hope is that there aren't any super major changes coming between now and the start of this season. Here's another good element, or at least potentially a good element to the future of the Red Zone channel. NFL Network doesn't show any college games. ESPN obviously shows a ton of college games every week.
Mm-hmm.
Roger Goodell has hinted to a potential red zone style broadcast coming for college football. Would you be interested in that, or is that still too much stimulation?
I would be more interested than the college game than the pro game.
Okay. So that ESPN has this thing called, I think it's called Goal Zone or Goal Line or something. And they've had it for a few years, and it's supposed to be like the college football version of Red Zone, but it's terrible because like ESPN, in an effort to brag about how many games they have, they'll show games that you just don't care about at all. Like they have some random FCS broadcast going on, and one team gets in the red zone. They'll show you that. Like they'll cut away from Alabama playing Georgia, and they'll go to, oh shit, this G5 team or this FCS team's about to score, so now we got to go to that. Like if there was a Power 4 red zone type of bit, then yeah, I would be very interested, and that would be the best effect of this deal happening, I think.
Yeah, what's interesting to me, BK, is I can watch golf all day, but there are times when I can't watch football all day. And I'm talking about watching golf. You know what the number one thing I think women just hate more than anything? They hate
being
men who
happy.
watch golf. Guys watching golf on TV. They can't even stand it. My wife comes in, she'll sit there, say hello to me for 2 seconds. She goes, "Are you watching golf?" You're like watching, you're not playing golf, you're watching golf. I mean, and I could do that from the morning to the afternoon. I could watch them tee off early in the morning and watch, but I can't do that. It's hard for me to do that with football. That's really strange.
I feel like women like their men watching golf more than they like their men playing golf, right?
Of course they do. They're near the house because they can yell upstairs and get your ass down here and take this garbage out.
Yeah, that's you tell wifey you're going to play golf and it's going to be a 4-hour round, and then you come back 7 hours later because the round took 6.
You stopped at the bar on the way back. Yeah,
yeah, the round took like 5 to 6, and then you had to stop for a few beers at the bar with your boys. You can't finish off a round of golf without doing something like that. So then you come home and she's incredibly pissed off, and yeah, that's a thing. That's worse than watching golf, I guess. But
yeah,
that's
I can watch
interesting.
it all day.
Is it because you sleep? Is it because you can sleep during golf and you can't sleep during football?
I can take a 15-minute, 20-minute nap in between if I got to go out. Hard to do that in football. It's hard to pass out watching football unless you're watching the Big 12. Then you can pass out and go to sleep.
Oh man, yeah, I don't really fall asleep much watching golf. Sometimes I do, but yeah, football, I'm the guy who can be locked in all day long. Saturday, Sunday.
Jim Nance is still calling golf. That's going to put me to sleep. That guy's voice just knocks me out.
That guy tries really hard to have pickup lines and catchphrases and stuff, and sometimes I stay awake just to listen to what dumb thing he has queued up next.
So ESPN and the NFL, when is it going to cost me a particular amount of money to see certain games? I mean, when are we going to get to that individual games? This game is going to cost you more to watch.
Well, I don't think, because you're not a red zone guy, like I don't think your Sunday watching experience is going to change. Like you still have cable, right?
Right.
So yeah, you'll still get your CBS and your Fox games, and then you'll get NBC for Sunday Night Football, and then you'll get ESPN for Monday Night Football. And Thursday Night Football has been streaming on Amazon for the last couple of years, so that's not going to change. So yeah, this will not change for the I just watch what my TV provider provides football fan. This is, red zone that's where it becomes different. And if you want to do more streaming through ESPN, then you're going to have to pay a little bit per month. Again, still waiting on the final details of what that's going to look like. $29.99 has been a number that's been spitballed, but I don't know what else is going to be included in that $30 a month deal.
Let me ask you this. Are you one? I mean, I as I said, my interest, I love football, obviously, but my interest in watching a bunch of stuff. I mean, there'll be a Texas fan who will try to find a way to see San Jose State games if they can dial it up. Are you that person that before Texas plays them, if you can find a game that they'll have on that weekend, will you watch them?
Yeah, 100%. Like,
Okay.
so for me, would I do that if I didn't have this job? Probably not.
Okay.
But because, I cover the team, I feel like that's part of
Sure.
my job responsibility is to like learn as much about every Texas opponent as I possibly can. So the good news, San Jose State's first game is actually on a Thursday. So it's 2 days before, Texas, Ohio State, and all of the other great week 1 games that you have. Now, there's other better games on that Thursday, but, I've got the multi-screen man cave setup with AV consultations. Sure. I'll be able to pop San Jose State and Central Michigan on a TV and get that in.
That's on that's an ESPN game?
No idea. I'll find out before
You'll find
then.
It?
Yeah. But no, I don't think that's a super normal thing for a fan to do. The diehards do that, but I think, in our line of work,
I think the diehards do that a lot.
For sure. And, some people might not watch it in real time. They might. That's the beauty of all the streaming now. There are plenty of drawbacks to streaming, but, if you have ESPN Plus, you can go back and watch
Absolutely.
a replay of any game. So, like, you don't have to watch. You don't have to watch San Jose State play live. I don't watch a lot of Texas's opponents play live. Hell, sometimes they're playing at the same time as Texas, so like you can't. But yeah, you can go back and watch those games, which is nice. So there you go. That's your big deal, and good for the NFL. 10% equity stake in ESPN.
No kidding.
It's a solid deal, and the NFL.
They make enough money now. They make more.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep printing money over there. And Roger Goodell, I saw this in an interview. I mean, maybe we'll cut some stuff up for tomorrow's show. I haven't listened to this whole thing, but I just saw a quote where Roger Goodell said, "We don't compete against the NBA or the MLB. We compete against Apple and Google."
Yes.
So he's probably right in terms of the financials. I bet they're closer to some of those like ginormous corporations than they are to the other sports leagues. But yeah, that's like Roger Goodell kind of dunking on Silver and Manfred right there. Is like, no, we're all sports leagues in America, but we're not on the same level at all. He's right.
He's right.
So he's done a much better job, I would argue, with his sport than those other two guys have done with their sport. Maybe a conversation for a different day. Other NFL, Buck. So you know how yesterday we talked about the NFL banning smelling salts?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, that's not fully true. They've only banned teams giving them out. So players, if they supply their own, they can continue to use them on the sidelines. So I got a hunch we're still going to see the exact same number of smelling salts on the sideline moving forward. So now you have to pay for it yourselves. Those guys make enough money. Smelling salts are pretty cheap. They will do that to make sure they've got what they need or what they feel like they need to get amped up for a game.
Boy, that must be something. That smell. I know I've smelled it before. It just makes your eyes kind of water, and just man, oh man.
Yeah, if you rip a big inhale of that, it can make you feel some type of way upstairs. And they tell you like you're supposed to just kind of
slide it by,
slide it back and forth under your nose and just like breathe normally, right? Don't do this giant inhale, like just
Kittle's
literally breathe.
Put two up, put one in each nostril, and just start breathing.
I could see Kittle doing that. He probably eats a couple too. That psychopath. He maybe keisters one during the game as well, so he gets that little extra boost, on game day. But yeah, that's happening there. One more NFL.
I just got to believe that you can get knocked silly, and that stuff gives you that false sense of, is it the ammonia smell, or did I really get hit hard kind of
so
deal,
that's the fear. And I think there's been some FDA testing that has said, ammonia, which is like what comprises smelling salts, like those ammonia inhalants can help mask some concussion symptoms.
I got to believe it can.
So that's the issue. I say it all the time. The NFL doesn't care about player safety. They care about the perception of caring about player safety. So now that last year, the FDA released some big report about these smelling salts and how they can mask concussion-like symptoms. The NFL, like they almost have to be like, well, we can't give these out anymore. We don't want
Sure.
to be responsible. We don't want y'all to come sue us 20, 30 years down the road when all of this FDA stuff is proven true and guys are
Yeah, that
getting more
makes sense.
concussions when they're using smelling salts. Like, you supply, we don't care enough to tell you to not use them, but we're not going to be responsible.
Yeah, the
for
same
you
guys
using
that
them.
have wanted George Kittle will sue them 10 years from now.
Yeah, and I guess his argument would be, well, you guys were supplying them for most of my career, so
Yes,
I'm going to
of
blame
course.
you for
He'll
this.
be the top of the lawsuit when it happens.
Maybe, but yeah. So there's some side effects, I'm sure, a lot that I don't know about, probably a lot we don't know about as a society yet. But that's one of the reported ones, is that it does impact how your body reacts to concussion-like symptoms and somehow masks some of those symptoms as well. Bad news for your Vikings, Buck. Jordan
Yeah, I
Addison
saw
has been
Jordan
suspended.
Addison.
Yeah, first 3 games of the season for violating the league's substances of abuse policy. He recently pled no contest on a 2024 DUI citation. So that was the substances of abuse. This was not a PED thing. This was getting in trouble off the field and it turning into a 3-game suspension. So
Yeah, lucky he didn't kill anybody or kill himself.
yeah. And you think about what that means for Rashee
They said
Rice.
he was like driving like 120 and some 60 or something. Just really?
Yeah, bad idea. Bad bit
It
right
is a
there.
bad idea.
And you wonder about Rashee Rice, who apparently got hurt in Chiefs camp yesterday, but he pled guilty in a district court of a couple of felony charges due to a car accident that he got in the Dallas area doing some high-speed racing. And he fled the scene too. It was really bad for Rashee Rice. So no suspension that's been handed down yet by the
I thought
NFL.
did that dude go to jail? I thought he was going to go to jail, it sounded like, when that first happened.
I don't think he's going to see jail time. I think last I read, he's.
Was it just him in the car? Did he have a passenger?
I think there might have been people with him.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be on probation. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some sort of suspension coming down from the league too, you would think. So it feels like 3 games is kind of the minimum for what Rashee Rice is going to get, because Jordan Addison just got that, but we'll see. And last NFL headline, Buck, Shedeur Sanders is going to start the Browns preseason opener tomorrow night against Carolina.
Interesting.
There's a 4-way competition going on in Cleveland for the starting job. It's Joe Flacco, it's Kenny Pickett, it's Dylan Gabriel, who, of course, they also drafted this year, and it's Shedeur Sanders. Pickett and Gabriel are both hurt. They both have hamstring issues that they're dealing with right now. So that paved the way for Sanders to get the start. What do you need to see from Joe Flacco at this point? He's probably going to get hurt if you throw him out there anyways.
Well, he's going to start the season anyhow.
You think so? Think he's going to win that gig?
Yeah. Well, just to start until these
Right.
other guys till you find out who the next best is. But I think Flacco will start. I mean, what does he need to do?
I don't know. Retire?
He's been around long enough. Yeah. I think you're going to throw some defense he's never seen at him.
Joe Flacco is 40 years old. He will turn 41 in January. Last time he was with Cleveland a couple of years ago, he led the Browns to the playoffs. He was really good. And then last year, he was not good at all. And, it feels like Father Time has caught up to him, and the Browns are going to suck. So I don't know if it matters too much who they trot out there. But, yeah, I honestly think Joe Flacco is the best of those 4, too. And maybe he does start the year, and then they.
I don't think Shedeur Sanders would. If those other guys were healthy, he wouldn't be the starter in this game.
He hasn't got a ton of reps with the ones. It sounds like Pickett and Gabriel have both been kind of ahead of Shedeur Sanders on the depth chart right now. So again, if those guys were healthy, I think your hunch is accurate that they would be starting over Shedeur.
The key is he got his jersey retired, but that's the key
for the Browns. Don't you have to play Shedeur and Gabriel this year just to see what you have? Like, if they're as bad as everyone thinks they're going to be.
Yeah, you can't keep them on your team for years to come.
Right, and they're in position, like, if they, tank, they could draft Kate Klubnik or Garrett Nussmeier or, God forbid, Arch Manning. You got to see, all right, are the quarterbacks we drafted last year good? Can we maybe build around those guys and spend a high draft pick on a different position? Or do we need to punt on these dudes already
Yeah, you're going
And
to see a lot. Those guys, once they get healthy, they're going to be in a lot of those games. You're probably not even going to see Joe Flacco at all until game 1.
yeah, oh yeah, I was talking regular season, but I think you're right. Yeah, there's no point in playing Flacco in the preseason.
No.
Maybe give him like 1 or 2 series. Just, hey, here's how you play football, old man. Can you get out there without having a heart attack or
Yeah, I mean,
a blood
boy,
clot?
that has got to be hard decision to have 4 quarterbacks like that. And you're thinking, what am I going to do here?
When you have
But then you
4
know what to do. You're the
quarterbacks.
Cleveland Browns. You're like that every year.
They also brought in Tyler Huntley the other day too. They just needed another camp body, so they they brought in a 5th. What a mess. What a fun team that must be to root for.
Good Lord.
Being a Cowboys fan sucks, but we got it better than Cleveland.
You got a little bit better.
Yeah, we got it better than Cleveland. All right, Buck, this airline story.
Yes, sir. What happened? Tell me.
We can bring on Double R for this one, and Wags will be on in a second, so we can bring him on in a second. Yesterday, our friends at United Airlines had to ground all of their mainline flights around the United States.
The whole U.S. of A.?
The whole U.S. of A. Due to a technical issue, all flights were grounded, and no United flights were allowed to take off for hours. This thing started a little after 5 p.m. Central Time and lasted until around 9 o'clock last night. The good news, I know you care about this, Buck, flights that were already in the air, they didn't have to touch down. They were able to continue to their destination.
Absolutely.
But, folks who were on tarmacs at airports, folks who were obviously in the airport waiting to board flights, folks who had tickets to later flights, they all had to wait. More than 1,000 flights were delayed, and dozens and dozens of flights were canceled all together.
Sheesh.
What happened? Are we talking about a systems problem? Are we talking about mechanical?
Toilet got backed up. Somebody backed up the shitter.
Yeah.
And it was so bad that it affected all of their planes. Yeah, the United said that the outage stemmed from an issue with the airline's weight and balance computer system.
Russians did it.
So some sort of technology. They were very adamant in saying it wasn't a cyber attack.
Putin did it.
We didn't get hacked by Putin or Mao Zedong or Mandela or whoever the hell's running the shows over there these days. None of them, according to United, were responsible for this error.
No, it sounds to me like one of the baggage monkeys broke the weight where they took the baggage. I think that's what happened right there.
They can do that. They're part of that.
They can. They're awful rough with that stuff.
So now you're talking United, huh?
Now we're talking United. Maybe too many fat customers. Could that have been an issue?
You don't see that happen on American Airlines.
My
number one choice these days.
I feel like it's probably happened on American Airlines before. No? I feel like an issue like this has happened on every airline at one point, right? They have some sort of...
Well, we know it's happened on Delta. We know that.
Yeah, everything bad happens on Delta. That's a given. But United's the airline that's had all of the panels flying off the planes in the middle of the flights, right?
Weight distribution, huh?
And I guess they don't make the planes, so maybe that's not fully on them, but it feels like United has had the majority of those issues where you're just flying and then all of a sudden the plane flies out of the sky.
I don't like panels coming off. I'm not a panel. I know there's some pieces that you can get away with, some dust, but I don't know about panels. The word panels never sounds good.
Met our guy CB saying this happened to Alaska Airlines last week.
That's, one of the last times that I flew by myself, it was a relatively empty flight. And so there were empty seats. And I moved, Bucky, and the lady came over to me and she said, "You need to get back to your seat." And I said, "Well, I kind of wanted this empty row." And she said, "Well, you got to think about weight distribution." I'm like, is my ass that big? I'm one dude. I'm one guy.
Well, the thing they like to do too, also, they want to be able to identify your ass in that seat when it crashes, so they know that's where you were. That's where you were. That's one of their things to identify people, where they're seated.
Fat.
Good point.
Unless the seat comes flying out, and generally during the course of a crash, you lose a few seats, I would think.
Yeah. Because if they went for dental records, I've got missing teeth. So if they went for dental records, that they might miss something. That's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah, I'm still hanging into American right now. United's still my second. Delta is my last resort, along with
None of them.
the Wags is a none of them guy.
I drive. Even if
Wags
it's
a
across
helicopter
the country,
guy.
I'm driving. We ain't doing it.
BK has to fly. BK's he's got dual citizenship there in the state of New York, so he can't be driving to New York. He's got to fly.
Where are you going out of this time? Are you going out of JFK or are you going out of LaGuardia?
Yeah, I'm going after Kennedy's house.
There he goes.
I didn't realize he's still alive. Maybe his dead body's somewhere in that place, but yeah, usually do the JFK bit.
Hold on. What JFK's down here? Kennedy did die up there, though.
They're all still around,
right?
Man.
Which Kennedy? JFK? What do you mean? JFK
died in Dallas.
JFK died in Dallas, but John F. Kennedy Jr. died in New York.
No, was it New York or was it in
Martha's?
out in
Massachusetts,
Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard or whatever. He was flying to Martha's Vineyard and his plane crashed.
He died in the ocean. How about that? He died in the ocean.
He's up there. He's up there around where BK's at.
I'll see if I can find him there, and I'm still looking for Tom Hanks to land a damn plane on this river up here. I'm calling bullshit on that story. He didn't do that. No chance.
There's whales in the Hudson too, huh?
The women? Oh, you mean actual animals?
Them too.
Miss Hudson, Bill Belichick's lady. She's in there.
I would
haven't had
dive
any of
in.
those stories. Hey, it's been kind of quiet there in the Carolinas.
It's disappointing, honestly.
I know we were expecting something to happen by now there. Nothing has happened. Coach Belichick is going along, getting ready to, for the season. She's not calling plays. She's not in any meetings. Seems all quiet there.
But that is the brand. That is the Belichick brand, right? Like usually it's all quiet out of Belichick's camp. Maybe the Miss Hudson addition or advent would change things up, but usually Belichick keeps his a tight lid on things, right?
Yeah. When it comes to the actual game planning and all that, and what he does football wise. But now his personal life is out there for everybody to see, and that's been quiet.
Tight lid now, definitely.
That's more interesting than Bill Belichick's gridiron life. That's
tight,
the thing.
Tight lid, tight little.
Yeah, I think nice, well done there, Double R. Yeah, I think Jordan Hudson's actually hanging around Fort Worth right now. She's pulling a Connor Stallions, and she's getting signs from Carolina's first opponent in TCU.
TCU.
Right. Who's gonna mistake her though? Like you can't mistake. She's known at this point, right?
Dude,
like she's a
here's what's going to happen during that game, and I think that's a Sunday game, so everyone's going to be watching it. They're gonna it's going to be Jordan Hudson in like a Bobby Valentine get up, where she's got some horrible disguise. She's going to be on the sideline with the headset on, trying to act like she's some coach, and then the cameras are going to catch her, and it's going to be the greatest thing ever.
She's going to be on the sidelines dressed like a soccer mom.
Nothing from her during the course of the season.
You think so?
I don't think I don't think we're going to have much from her.
Are you with some Mets fans? What's with the Bobby Valentine reference? You hear about Bobby V in that house somewhere?
No, not at all.
He's been going to Mets games. He doesn't go. He goes to Yankee Stadium. He only goes there for the finger banging. But he goes. They don't do that at the Mets Stadium. They don't mess around like that.
Yeah, I unfortunately did not see any of this action going on at Citi Field the other day. I was looking. I took a whole lap around the ballpark, and everyone, the people I was with, are like, "Oh, you're looking at all of the things, right? Like all the cool things in the ballpark." I'm like, "No, I'm looking for a guy getting a little action in the stands."
Yeah, guy checking his oil.
I've never got that horny at a baseball game.
Yeah, no,
too hot.
It's too hot.
It is. It's too hot. And if it's hot on the surface, how hot do you think it is down there below the surface?
It was hot on the surface.
It's a valid question, though. Right?
I still can't believe he licked it after that too. With
I only thought he smelt it. But you're right. Like it's in.
Rico's cheese, guys. Rico's cheese, Burger Center cheese.
I got
some remnants on
gents.
there,
I was visiting Frostburg State University one time, right out of high school. I was up for a visit, and I met a young lady there, and this is probably a deciding factor of why I didn't go to Frostburg. Okay, we went dancing, partying, everything was great. Went back to the dorm rooms, everything was even
great.
Even
moving
getting
right
better.
along.
Gents, I swear to Christ, I unzipped her. No, it wasn't even a zip. It was a button down. She had a button fly. It was a little weird with the button down fly. I smelled something a little off. Got her underwear down, and I mean, it was foul, bro.
She had a squirrel. She had a squirrel in there, a dead squirrel.
Yeah, but we had to figure out what was going on down there. So, I mean, no, I'm kidding. I walked out. I swear to Christ, I walked out of the room. One time I couldn't. I thought they were playing a joke on me. You know what I mean? At this point, I thought it was like a recruiter's little game or whatever. Like, oh, let's make this dude, go down. Nah, man.
You're gonna say a green dong popped out or something. Like
it was
WNBA.
just a bad night, just a bad coincidence. Double R. That's all. Just a bad coincidence.
Sometimes you just don't get that shower that you wanted to get.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just brought that out in her.
I don't know. It was hot below the surface. That's what reminded me of it. So, yeah, I didn't go to Frostburg State University, which is a little small Division III school.
Instead.
Smell like that
it was
filet
so bad
fish.
He chose the military.
Filet fish like Bucky eats.
Yeah. You think you're going into a dorm, and instead you're going into a fish market. Like that's not.
Everything. I mean, it makes sense though. There was a lot of flowers around there, a lot of candles too to kind of block out.
Swamp ass.
It was swampy. It was swampy, man. Woo. 1990, circa 1998.
Was it moist?
Awesome. I love that. It's nice. Those same girls will be telling the same stories about dudes on some show. Oh, I remember I met this dude. Boy,
I didn't give any names. I didn't give any names, Buck. I didn't dox anybody here. I didn't embarrass anybody. I'm just saying.
When that happened to me, when it happened to me, the name automatically came out once I got to the place that I was supposed to get to after I had showered 6 times. And the guy said, "Were you with such and such?" I'm like, wait a minute.
Like he knew. He could smell the stench. Like she'd been there before.
They all had been there. It's just a matter of after I took 6 showers, I was supposed to go away. I got to where my boys were, and somebody said, "Were you with such and such?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, you smell like such and such.
The mark. Yeah, put the trademark on them.
Oh no, they all knew. And no matter how much lava or ivory soap I tried, it just didn't go away.
Yeah. You got to carry that Tyler Campbell with you these days.
Oh, yes. All right, boys. Listen, have a good Thursday. I got to go.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, boys. Later. Oh, welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful Texas Sports Unfiltered broadcast here. You can find us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My partner in crime, Double R, is at the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. On InstaFace, I'm at the Wagner Wire, and then he is at the _ Rodney R. If you were out and about, if you were mobile, if you were heading up to JFK or looking for JFK. Or you're just going to LaGuardia, something like that, hit us up on our Coda text line 512-222-9328, and then smash that subscribe button so you can get going on this show and get your crowns stacked up too. Get your crowns. What's on the slate, amigo? What are we looking at today?
Dude, speaking of JFK, it's funny that y'all brought that up. I got hung up the other night. I was on the biography or the American channel, whatever it's called, and they had like a new special.
Were you conspiro surfing?
I didn't watch the whole thing. I turned it off before I got too deep into it, but just kind of it was a chronology of the whole days there in Dallas, and he was in Fort Worth and then went to Dallas. And then after the assassination, that's kind of when I turned it off. But just golly, man, that was crazy. That's crazy.
I saw all the parallels between JFK and Abraham Lincoln's shooting, down to like the caliber of round or the distance between the firing of the round, and a lot of numbers that just are coincidence, right? Or it seems like coincidence. It's just it's very, and of course, like you can pick out all these little instances that happen or occurrences that happen and try and draw lines and pinpoint stuff. But yeah, it's kind of freakish, a little freaky. But why? What got you started down this road, dude?
I was flipping through because Sunday night was kind of a quiet night in sports, and so I was actually.
There's baseball, but
yeah, well, but I wasn't really invested in anything. I know what it was. I was having dinner with the wife. I had put aside some wife time, and I'm like, let me find something for us to watch on TV. And I was going through some of this stuff, and it was like, and it was like the whole story of it. It was because like Jackie O wasn't even supposed to be a part of this trip. I think maybe because she had a miscarriage. I honestly didn't know that. And again, I tried not to dig too much into this.
Too. There's so much trauma around this family, right?
Yeah.
Between like mental health and miscarriages and stuff like that. A lot of mental and family trauma there.
Yeah. So she wasn't even supposed to be on this trip, I think. And then she wasn't going to come out, and they brought her out in Fort Worth, I guess it was. And the crowd erupts because she was extremely popular, very beautiful woman. But you know what? This one, when I go back and watch it, and I've never seen anything real clear. Again, some of the footage has just been so bad to where it's like that dude gets shot and she literally has to like pick his face up off of the back of that car. Because it like just blew his face off.
The first shot hit him square in the chest, right? Or hit him in the heart, didn't it?
I thought it hit him in the head. Because
or excuse me, I'm not. We should, you know who we should get? We should call Kevin Dunn. Kevin Dunn is a huge Kennedy assassination.
Oh, is that right? I need to call him.
I actually believe the first shot hit him in the back, in which it made him lunge forward, and then the fatal shot, the headshot, is what
that makes sense.
Last shot that. Or no, excuse me, guys. The first shot hit him, which is why Jackie Onassis Kennedy leaned over to see what's going on, and then he got hit again from the back, and then the fatal shot hit him in the head, which makes people think that there were multiple shooters. I don't know if that was ever proven or not, but
that makes a lot of
sense.
We're
turning this into a JFK podcast, amigo.
Yeah, because that makes a lot of sense. Because if you go back and from what you can see on these things where they're in the in the line right there, he does go forward then backwards, and that's where you see her. Where I think she literally has to like pick up his face, or maybe
I'll tell you what,
I don't know off of the.
She's very fortunate. No, everybody in that car is fortunate that they didn't catch any stray rounds. Like. I don't know the report. Again, I don't know the report. I'm assuming that it was just JFK that took all of the rounds there, right? Which
I also didn't know that. I mean, I knew that John Conley, who was the governor, not the country singer, not I'm on the backside of 30.
I don't know.
Short side of town. John Conley, great singer. The former Texas governor, he was in there, and he got injured. I didn't know that either. I thought that he had escaped. I think I knew he was in there. But I thought he was up there, like you do in the Uber. I'm riding in the front, bitch. But yeah, it's God. Yeah, Conley got shot. Wow. But he survived.
All right, man. Where do you want to go next? What's up? What's on the slate?
No Big Brother for us, guys. No Big Brother for us. Man, I got to start us off.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have the comments.
Yeah, I've got the comments on. I think Jason's asking if we watch Big Brother. No, it's usually crime shows and gory shit like this.
So I've been on Below Deck and been watching. Please don't drag me for this, dude. Are you familiar with the Valley? Do you know what the Valley is?
Yeah, it's down there, McAllen, San Juan, Harlingen.
It's about all these. I guess influencers from Vanderpump Rules and out in Hollywood and shit. It's you talk about making wife time or time for your wife or your significant other. I've bent the knee and we've actually surrendered and I've gone down that road. Which it's weird to say this. I'm actually kind of hooked, man. I'm hooked off of how shitty these people are. Because they're really terrible people. I'm wondering how they make their money, first off, and I'm wondering how they stay around each other because they're awful towards each other. One person leaves the room and they're constantly talking shit. Now I know it's produced television, right? I know it's scripted at some point, but still, these are awful people. I don't know how anybody has a genuine relationship or an authentic relationship with any of these people. I don't know. That's my spiel. Sorry. All right.
It's hard because so one season we watched The Bachelorette. I think it was Bachelorette in Paradise. I mean, we were so hooked on it, and a lot of it was the girls were smaller, or well, not smaller, but they were in their late teens, and so we start watching this thing. You get hooked on it. And you're watching the entire thing, and now I follow some of these people on social media. These things suck you in. These things will absolutely suck you in, man.
I'm trying to stay off of TV, man. I really am. I really am. But you do get hooked. You get the ultimate reality sports or the ultimate reality show is sports. It's unscripted. Well, most of the time it's unscripted, unless you're talking like WWE or AC or whatever the hell it's called, AEW. But yeah, my wife doesn't understand why we like sports so much, because it's unscripted. It's actual reality TV. So.
Well, just like the Dallas Cowboys, we got Major League Baseball coming up. We got to preview Michigan. All of that coming up on CT today. Also, we got to spin the wheel, right? Why? Just today.
We got wheels. We got top 5 wheel spinner.
Got to do that. Jerry Jones yesterday, the discussion again, and not going to give him a lot of time.
I'm back to Jerry Jones.
Not going to give him a lot of time. This is Jerry Jones just talking. Let's just let Jerry Jones talk.
Yeah, all right.
Don't even know where this came from. Here's Jerry Jones.
The Dallas Cowboys with a handshake took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So is there...
just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that.
There you go. That's how Jerry does business, Wags. The fundamentals sound like John Travolta.
There. I mean, I was going to make a statement on Jerry, but it's the same damn thing we were talking about for the past 3 days now, man. It doesn't matter if he's winning hardware, or if he's winning at the end of the day, if he's selling, snippets, or if he's in the headlines, or his team's ultimately being talked about on NFL.com or in ESPN, or pick the main shows. It's winning for him, like, which makes me think he's got he's putting the wrong thing on a pedestal here. Like, if you're into marketing, you're trying to get your brand up, congratulations, you've done that. Like, when you want to talk about and I had a conversation at dinner last night about this. When you want to talk about leaving a legacy, right? Like, we can all think about owners around the NFL and be like, okay, yeah, honestly, and probably even forget about half the owners in all fairness, right? But if you're talking about somebody that's left the mark, even though he hasn't won that much hardware, well, in the beginning they were collecting some hardware, all right, but it's been a drought. It's been a drought for a long time. But the dude has marketed himself, and he has made a legacy for himself. Like, when you think about Dallas, or when you think about NFL football owners, it's hard to not think of the first one to come to mind is Jerry Jones. Like, he's the iconic piece. He is the staple in all of this, right? And if he's going for the legacy, he's already done it. He's completed his mark. He's succeeded. And I don't know. It sucks because as someone that appreciates good football, I do believe that the NFL is better when Dallas is winning. It's a cornerstone. It's a cornerstone of the league, or I believe they're a cornerstone of the league. And you can be a Giants fan, you can be a Washington fan, you can be a Philly fan, but at the end of the day, like, people ain't bullshit when they say it's America's team. Like, the stars on the helmet, and that's where it's where God shines, as Jerry likes to say sometimes, right? Yeah. He's always in the media for a reason. He's sold his team as the number one marketing team. They just got to bring some hardware in. And honestly, like, I don't understand why they can't get ahead of the thing and just get Micah back in camp, because Micah's still he's in camp, right?
There, yeah.
Like, he's still holding in. Like, he's threatening to leave and still holding in. I'm not mistaken about that, right?
Yeah, he's actively a part of what's going on. I mean, he's not doing drills or whatever.
Answer my question real quick. Answer my question so I'm not confused. He's at camp on the sidelines with the team, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
Then what are we talking about?
Yeah, and that's where I keep saying, especially with the lack of communication with the agent. I mean, I think maybe to try to solidify this thing is for the agent to tell him, get out of there, don't stay there. But I think that's where Micah, that he wants to be a part of this team. I mean, because a lot of this, because you hear the conversation about, I mean, do you really want to be a part of this? Just think about what happens when you're
there if he didn't want to be a part of it.
And when you retire, I mean, because people talk about hardware, the hardware is so important, Wags. I mean, you want a ring, you want a Super Bowl championship. But the thing is, if you're a beloved Dallas Cowboy, Super Bowl champion or not, when you're done with football, you stay relevant. I mean, look at I saw this the other day where they were listing NFL media today. How many of them fuckers are ex-Dallas Cowboys players?
It's the Yankees of NFL, man. Like
Exactly.
once you put the star on your helmet, once you put pinstripes on, you're going to have fame, in the media after sports. Like you'll get commercials, you'll get sponsors, you'll get endorsements. We all know the deal. Like Romo, Aikman. I mean, hell, Witten.
All these guys, and that's where I think it's like James Cook yesterday, to where he participated in the first 7-8 training camp activities that went on first 7 or 8 days with Buffalo. They're still trying to get his deal done. Again, we're not talking the kind of money we're talking about with Micah, but yesterday he's like, okay, I'm going to start holding in now. So he's there, but now he has stopped participating. But that deal's going to get done. I mean, we're not talking that kind of money. But this is just Jerry. I mean, it's grabbing headlines. It's doing business like that.
What Jerry knows. It's what Jerry knows. So
that's what Jerry knows, man. That's exactly what Jerry knows. Certain baseball player ain't having no problem getting paid, is he, Wags? So somebody just made a lot.
Ramon Anthony signs an 8-year extension. The rookie signs an 8-year extension from the Red Sox here, up worth an escalation of a pay of $230, I believe. I don't have it pulled up. I got to pull it up here in just a second, but I believe it's $230 million worth for the rookie. What's your thoughts on that, amigo?
If I'm a Boston fan, I'm excited because that means his sister's going to be around for the next 8 years, so we get to see her in the crowd.
I'm not familiar with his sister. What?
Yeah, his sister Leah. She's a handsome lady, very handsome lady. But I mean, here's.
I would like to have one serious conversation about sports sometime.
That's part of that headline.
Okay.
Go and look at. I mean, go and look at that, and it's like people are excited because she's going to be around. But to me, 8 years is an awful long time. But again, these contracts can be. These contracts, we sit here talking about it, and that's where we're like, the validity and the importance of the contract. And Jerry went on to say later in that to where, we eventually know it's got to be on paper. But as important as these contracts are, how easily are they torn up? To where it's like, we're going to re-up it. No, we're changing our mind. We don't want to do this. Let's void this contract.
8 years an extension for a rookie, $230 million. Right. And as you mentioned before in pre-show, hell, it's only money, right? Well, in baseball, that's true because they have FU money, but you don't get that in the NFL, or you don't get that around other leagues. Like, is anybody worth, or any rookie these days worth $230 million without being proven? Seriously, that's a fair question.
Paul Skeens would have been, again, he's in the wrong place. I think for this dude, he's fortunate that he's at Boston, with the Red Sox, where they're able to make those deals and will spend that kind of money to make an investment. You think about this, what the Red Sox are doing right here. They're laying their blueprint and they're laying down the foundation for what they plan to do for the, I guess, next 8 years, because that's a lot of money. And that's a lot of guys you're going to hang around, that you're going to have to build around this guy. I would think that it would have to be a Skeens, but then when I say Paul Skeens or one of those guys, what happens when that missile goes out, when this thing quits working? So nobody.
Jackson Holiday was a lot of hype, right? And I can't justify giving Jackson Holiday 230, you know what I mean? Or even hell, a marquee, groundbreaking record deal. Like I don't see, like, until it's proven, because baseball is the game of failure. I just and again, it's contradiction. It's contradictive because baseball does have FU money and they can spend it however they want it, right? But because baseball is a game of failure, I'm almost reluctant to give rookies that type of deal.
It's just a lot of money for somebody that's coming in.
It is frustrating when you see the Red Sox spend that type of money like that, and Mike Elias won't drop a dime.
Well, that's the whole thing. When look, yes, Spencer Arrighetti got rocked yesterday for the Astros, and the question came up. It's like the Astros did jack shit at the trade deadline when it came to pitching. Made some great moves, but did nothing with pitching with all the injuries and everything that's going on. And Dana Brown was like, they were just commanding. They were commanding too much money that we can't justify spending at this point. And that is the thing where, it's the Red Sox. I mean, you'll never see a deal like this where it's like, oh, the Minnesota Twins sign a guy 8-year, $130 million extension for a rookie. Jeez, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and you're making an investment because that is your future right there. Is building around that guy, but he's not a pitcher. So I guess maybe it makes a little bit more sense, right? I mean,
I don't know. You know how I am. I believe with giving the money to the arms. If you invest in the arms, you'll probably get some hardware coming back to you, or you'll probably get some diamonds coming back to you. All right, where do you want to go next, amigo?
Well, and he also got a $5 million signing bonus. It's like, hey, there you go. Here's
nice little bonus there. Not bad at all.
No,
God, that's a lot of money, bro. I'm just like a little piece of that, huh? Just a little piece of that. Just keep me afloat. Keep me going.
Go stand in the outfield. We're going to give you all this money. Go stand out there.
Now the dude's a stud.
He is,
but it's unproven yet. Like that's
I know.
That's my only bit. Like I don't care how good you are coming out of college or coming out of minor league ball. You're still not proven at A ball or not proven up at the show yet.
That's it, man. If it fails, you look like an idiot. If it works, you look like a genius. Friends, if you're a genius, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com is where you go for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Check out the website there. Check out the inventory that is there. Make your way out there, get your deal done, and don't forget the service after the sale. Service. That's the key word. The Covert family for years right here in Central Texas and beyond have been taking care of you, the customer. How about some true customer testimonials from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
It's a Covert deal, not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbeecave.com. Speaking of potential wags, quick little nugget here that I saw this morning on X on 3. It was an interview, Archie Manning, grandpa.
Okay.
With Texas Monthly, I think it was. And, the Cleveland, now with their 4, 5, 8, 10, 12 quarterbacks, however many they have, to where it's like, okay, they're setting up. They want to be in this Arch thing next year if Arch declares for the draft. Archie Manning says, quote, Arch isn't going to do that. Arch, he'll be at Texas. So he's predicting.
Plan, right? That's the template there, right? And like, I don't know why we're shocked that that's gonna happen. Peyton played all 4 years. Eli played all 4 years. I don't think there's a rush for Arch to get into the NFL because I don't know. I've said this before. I think even though it's been unproven, he's played it in a couple of cupcake games. I still think just the names. I mean, the namesake alone can't get him to the NFL, but if he continues on the trend or I guess the production that he's had, like even if it's somewhat average, just based off of the quarterback scarcity alone, or not even scarcity, I say that all the time, disparity, right? Just because there hasn't been that great of quarterback play all throughout college the past 2 years, or in transcending into the NFL, I'm pretty sure that Arch Manning is going to arrive at the NFL, right? And I'm also going worst case scenario, like if Arch ends up being mid or below mid. Like I still see him getting into the NFL just because of how bad or how down the quarterback play's been.
Yeah. And the thing with Arch, I mean, it's going to be one of those scenarios with him is it's always going to be the living up to the expectation thing. And those expectations are really, really high.
When does that ever go away? Or will that ever go away?
I don't think it ever will, but the whole thing about it is let's say that he doesn't live up to these astronomical expectations. He's not going to be a failure. He will play at the next level. He is that good. He is that good. But I mean, I don't know. And I think the thing here, everything has been in place for a long time to where it's like, and this when Archie Manning saying this tells you, because it says Archie Manning predicts. No, this is already done. I mean, this is the way the Manning family operates. It's like a well-run business, unlike the Cowboys.
Yeah,
there's a plan for this dude.
I said it before. The template has been in place, right?
Yeah, Yeah. And speaking of that, with Manning, I saw this the other day. Eli, misses the Hall of Fame. Your man, Eli Manning, missing the Hall of Fame there. Great New York Giants quarterback.
He'll get there. He'll get there. So he's not a first-time ballot.
Did you see the list of people that are eligible next? He may not get in there next year. The people that are eligible.
I did not see that. I didn't see the list.
Dude, Drew Brees.
What is it? Yeah, let's hear it.
Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Larry Fitzgerald.
I give him a nod over Phillip Rivers, not Drew Brees.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Can't do it. Yeah, Larry gets in.
Jason Witten.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
Right?
Witten's got a Hall of Fame career alone off the Giants, man.
Dude, Frank Gore. That dude better not get left out.
Well, hold on. Well, that's a different question, right? Like, is Hall of Fame is Frank Gore a Hall of Fame running back just based off of the 2 decades that he played in the NFL, or was his productivity a part of this conversation of him getting in? Like, that's a legit question.
See, he's that guy where nothing to blow you off the map, right? But that's where you go look at total yardage.
You're right, consistent. Like consistent, like he'd grind you
all the time. Todd Gurley, probably leave that guy off. I think
Eli gets in over Todd Gurley. I think he gets in over Frank Gore. I can't give him the nod over Larry Fitzgerald. I can't give him the nod over Drew Brees. I can give him a nod over Phillip Rivers.
There's more. Julian Edelman.
Well, let's hear it.
Julian Edelman. LaShawn McCoy, Greg Olson. You're going to put 2 tight ends in 1 year?
Julian Edelman is a no. I can give a nod over McCoy. I can give a nod over Olson.
Yeah. Rest of them, I mean, great players, but probably don't need to be in yet. Alex Smith, just the story is great. I mean, that's, Dez Bryant's been out. And this is when reading these names.
God, now we're starting to feel old, right? When all these guys are eligible for the Hall of Fame.
That's what I was going to say, man. It's like Drew Brees, Fitz, Gore, Witten. These guys were just playing.
The torch has been passed, amigo. The torch has been passed.
Yeah. So Eli may have to wait a little bit. I don't know, man. That's anyway. Just thought that.
But you know what? You don't have to wait if you're injured in a car accident or you got a dog bite or you're injured on a job or anything like that. You don't have to wait. All you got to do is just call 512-938-8929 to get a hold of Hurricane Heck. That's right. Top lawyer in town, Ryan Hurricane Heck, the go-to injury attorney right here in Austin. Proud Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Like I said, if you're already injured in that car accident, you got that dog bite, just give him a call. No fees unless Hurricane Heck gets that money in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he will fight like hell to make it right for you. Austin-based Texas proud, supporting local sports businesses and local families. Friend of the show, fighter of the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow that case wide open. Call today. 512-938-8929. Again, that's 512-938-8929. That email is ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Again, that's ryan@HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you. Boom.
I like that. TSU sent you. Absolutely right. And don't forget, Ryan Hurricane Heck going to join us here in the next few days, hopefully, and we'll have some good conversation. Wags, you want to go to our number 14 team, or you want to spin the wheel, or what?
Let's go to number 14 team. Let's hit it. Let's go.
The Michigan Panties, the Michigan Wolverines.
Hold on. First and foremost, does anybody have any comments on the? I don't have the comments pulled up. Can you pull the comments up and see what if people are talking about? Eli not getting in, or if they got people going in over Eli. I'd love to hear
take a look.
Some of our fellow producers in fam here. I'd love to see some.
Absolutely. Jake Bayless, Fitz and Breeze. I mean, absolutely. You got to get those guys in. I mean, there is no doubt about either one of those guys. And
those are gimmies. Fritz and Breeze are in, right? Or Fitz and Breeze are
thinking back to a conversation you and I had a few months back. Remember on that 25-year list that who put that out? ESPN or whatever it was?
I think it was NFL.com. Or no. It was ESPN.
Yeah. Larry Fitzgerald wasn't on that receiver list.
Was he inside of the?
Oh yeah, he was in the what 20?
Oh yeah, you're right. He was eligible.
2011,
Yeah,
20
that's see, yeah.
Yeah.
Some an intern put that list together and they missed. That's what happened.
Yeah. Well, some of it was good, but I didn't think about the Larry Fitzgerald thing. I was driving one day and I'm like, wait a minute, where's Fitzgerald? Anyway, Julian Edelman, Brady made Edelman good. Edelman is Hall of Very good.
Or it could be scheme. Edelman, I would say Edelman's a Hall of Famer. I mean, look at doesn't he have the most touchdowns in postseason history? Or in NFL postseason play? Does Edelman not hold that record?
Probably. And it's it doesn't matter if
or excuse me, it might not be touchdowns, it might be receptions. I might be wrong on that.
And that's the thing about it. I mean, you look at a lot of these guys. I mean, it's who you play around. I mean, it's it's how these. It's
the quarterback makes the receiver all the time, right? Or I guess there's also an argument that a receiver can make a quarterback, like a good shit. I mean, I guess we'll find out about Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Well, and then Jake goes on to mention right here. I mean, that's just part of playing for the Cardinals, and that's one of the things I love about Larry Fitzgerald. He never left. It's like he stayed there. He had that little blip, that little moment of glory when the Cardinals were like good.
That is one hell of a effing stat right there. Larry Fitzgerald finished his career with more tackles than drops.
Dude, that guy was nails.
How is he not Hall of Famer? Right?
Yeah.
He's got. Does he? He
did win a Super Bowl. Made it to a Super Bowl.
He does not have a Super Bowl.
Got beat by Big Ben.
He does not have a Super Bowl. I thought he had a Super Bowl. He does not have a Super Bowl. I mean, it is a huge underlying factor, right? When people make this decision, but I think ultimately it's more of an underlying decision or an underlying factor for a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because they're at the helm, right? If you're leading the team and you can't get the ring or you can't collect the hardware, it's kind of harder for me to say you're a Hall of Famer over a wide receiver when the wide receiver really doesn't. I just don't think they have that much influence over the team. The quarterback has most of the influence over the team, that and the coach. So yeah, I can't really hold the underlying factor or comparison, argument of he doesn't have a chip or he doesn't have a hardware for Larry Fitzgerald and all wide receivers for that matter, right? I think it's completely different. Or I think that argument goes into a different conversation when it comes into a quarterback, as unfairly as that might seem.
And see, I happen to think that it's horseshit when people want to talk about Eli because of exactly what you just said. That dude's got 2 titles. I mean, it doesn't matter how you get them.
A lot of picks, a lot of, I mean, in wins versus losses too, right? Like,
yeah. But this is where you look at all of the great quarterback, Marino, for example.
I know, but Marino doesn't have one, but Marino's a ball. Marino could sling it, right?
Yeah.
Marino was a prototype back in the 80s / early 90s when they weren't slinging it, and that's another thing too. Like 3,000 yards back then was probably the equivalent to 5,000 yards or 45.
Totally different. Yeah.
Right. It was different, just absolutely different games. So.
Yeah. What Marino did back then, and that's another fun one to watch, that 83, the 83 quarterback draft thing, 30 for 30, whatever it's called, to watch that. And those guys that came through.
That's another one I haven't seen. I got to mark that one down.
That's a really good one. Jeremy Shockey. Shock.
I love Shockey, man, but he was hurt. Like he had some big moments, but like he was hurt for the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah. He played edge of your seat football, hair on fire football, literally, because that dude had a lot of hair. But it was like,
he's a nasty, another dude from Miami, another Miami guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the biggest thing for Eli Manning. I mean, shit, you beat Tom Brady. I mean, come on, you beat the Patriots.
He didn't beat Tom Brady, right? He beat Belichick's defense.
You beat Belichick's defense.
So I think is even more, more of a feat, right? Like Tom Brady's the GOAT, 100%, but it's not like, Manning and Brady were going shot for shot. Like it was it was both Manning brothers going against the defense. So
and mentioning Dez, I mean, Dez, this is where I'm like, I don't know, maybe not yet, maybe in a couple of years, Dez in, but I mean, if it becomes a question when Megatron comes up on this ballot, it better not even be a question for Megatron. That's another guy like Fitz. I mean, just the body of work they did, but they played on teams that it just wasn't there. Just wasn't there for them. Yeah, Megatron, no question. And thank you, Wikipedia. Des did catch that.
Yeah, and as a dude, it was a catch.
Yeah,
it was a catch.
It was a catch.
Even as a Giants fan, I can admit that it was a catch.
It was a catch.
And that's why we get so much glory and so much, happiness and joy out of, the ruling being overturned or it being not a catch, right? The fact that it didn't happen, like you were robbed, ha ha, you were robbed. But it's come back to bite us in the ass. Karma is a bitch, and it.
Have you watched? Speaking of that, so the Football Life last one before we get to Michigan. Have you watched the Tony Romo one? Football Life?
I can't say I have,
dude. When it's Tony Romo's wife, it's Candace. When she's talking about that,
leave it to you, bro.
No, because this is a very impactful part of the documentary to where she's talking about that game and the catch that ended up not being a catch, where Tony was at that point of his career. It's heartbreaking. And then Romo starts talking about it. It's rough how that impacted Romo, that didn't happen.
And here's one more thing about the Eli versus Brady thing, right? Like Brady is no doubt the GOAT, right? 100% the GOAT. But in all of my memories of Brady doing his thing, like I remember him making some big time throws. But do you remember the throw that Eli Manning made to Mario Manningham on the sideline?
Absolutely. You can look. There are two, and then the other one, the two throws.
Oh yeah, David Tyree. But I mean that was a heave. That was a hellacious. That was a hallelujah prayer, right? That was a legit Hail Mary. And David Tyree came down to, but the most impressive throw, like just to clutch in that moment. And that's what Eli was, right? Like, that's why Eli is the Hall of Famer, in my opinion. Like, sure, he's got his dopey moments, right? He's got his, where he's basically looking at nothing or looking, at a nebulous stare. But the fact that he could just hone in and lock in and then make a throw like that in a clutch moment, not many quarterbacks can do that. And I'm not saying that Tom Brady can't do that. I'm saying Tom Brady didn't do that. All right. Yeah. I'm not saying that he, based in an opportunity, afford him the opportunity to make a throw like that. I'm sure he could deliver. Like, we're talking about the GOAT here, but the fact that Manning actually clutched up and did it, like, it's just in a Super Bowl, bro. In a Super Bowl, like it was a Super Bowl. I keep trying to think it was.
Both of those throws were in Super Bowl.
It was the NFC Championship, but he also had a hellacious catch in the NFC Championship as well. So. Or that might have been Hakeem. I can't. My memory's foggy at this moment. But yeah, like Manningham. But that throw to Manningham on the sideline in that pocket to me was more impressive than the David Tyree heave.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's. I don't know. Like that to me. I think that's a nod. That's kind of a tip. Like Manning's clutch ability. Two Super Bowls, 2 MVPs.
Yeah.
You're a nod. Maybe not this year, but. Manning gets in. Manning gets in eventually.
Wags, that's one of those plays where, like even like the Vince Young run, to win the Rose Bowl, where it's like it doesn't matter what state that you're in. If you're at a party or whatever, and maybe you're a little tipsy or whatever, but a play like that happens. I remember that.
Are you telling on yourself here?
Yeah. I remember that Manningham catch. We had like a Super Bowl party at the house, and there's no Giant fans there. I mean, there's no Patriot fans there. It's just people sitting around watching a football game because it's the biggest football game in the world. That dude makes that catch, and everybody just looks at each other, I swear, with their jaw hanging down, like, what the hell just happened?
One of the greatest, and I'm not saying it because I'm a Giants fan, because I, go big blue, but one of the greatest catches I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
I love OBJ's catch, but in that moment, in that time, better catch than OBJ's. Like OBJ's athleticism to do that with 3 fingers, insane, insane. But he essentially the Giants took a loss that game, right? It was a regular season loss. Okay. Manningham delivered it in a moment, called it in a moment. Eli delivered it in a moment. Manningham received it, and they went on to win the Super Bowl. So.
Hey, not only that, Eli Manning won the first game at AT&T Stadium at Jerry World, and he went and signed the fucking wall in there after they beat the Cowboys.
It was his stadium for a long time. It was Eli's house.
That's the reason right there that dude needs to be in the Hall of Fame right now, because he gave Jerry Jones this middle finger just like this. Just like this, gave him the middle finger.
All right, we thank you for allowing me to indulge on Eli for a moment there. Where do you want to go next?
Meanwhile, on to Michigan.
On to which? Yeah, there we go. Big Blue, the other Big Blue here, number 14 on our top 20 poll. The Michigan Wolverines, 8-5 last year. How do we feel about them under Jerome Moore this year?
Wags, I sure hope they can learn how to throw the freaking football. When you average 5.4 yards a pass, that's not good.
Losing your wide receiver, your top 2 wide receivers, or your top 3 wide receivers isn't going to bode well for you in that facet either, though, Rodney.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I know there's a lot of Bryce Underwood excitement.
True, right? Yeah, absolutely. He's got a little bit more of an experienced line to work around. They lost their entire offensive line last season, right? They started to rebuild there, so they got some studs, they got some senior leadership there. Some combined starts, and you're looking at a unit that's kind of seasoned, right, going into this Big Ten year. Here's the thing, they've also lost, their top 2 running backs as well. They brought in some transfers, so I think they'll kind of have the same type of numbers like Phil Steele says in his magazine there. But the big question mark for me for Michigan is their defensive line. You can't, or just their defense in general. You can't put 3 NFL players into the league almost seamlessly, year after year, and then think that your succession plan is just going to continue to fill up. At one point, that interior's got to take a hit. And is it my question? Is it this year? Are they able to reload and get it going this year?
Yeah, I think with Derek Moore and Hausman, the linebackers that you're going to have back, I think that's a strength right there in the second level of the defense. But it's the rest of that. It's that front where I'm like,
can I make a comparison real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree with you. I think they're phenomenal athletic linebackers, but here's the thing too, right? Like, even if you have size up front in your interior, which allows you to clog a little bit of the offensive lineman as well, like running backs go through the same thing. Like you can have a stud running back, but as long as he doesn't have an offensive line, he's going to struggle a little bit too, right? Like linebackers feel that same wave on defense. If you don't have a good defensive interior, the linebackers are going to just take on onslaughts of second level blocking, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have a good defensive line that can plug up double teams, or that can take on double teams or draw double teams, it keeps the offensive lineman from coming downfield into that second wave and blocking you, right? And allows the linebacker to scrape a lot better. If Michigan doesn't have a strong defensive interior, I kind of think that it's all moot, or it's neutralized there with their superior linebacker play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be the key, and that's the thing, where it's kind of been where Michigan has kind of taken that, because remember the defense when they took on Texas. I mean, you had a pretty stout defense, but now that's started to graduate out, leave out. I mean, that reloading is kind of where it's been so important with them. The one name that I keep running across the more research I do on Michigan is, we're talking about Underwood and so forth, but this Mikey Keene fella that comes over from Fresno State, the last couple of years, this dude's almost thrown for 3,000 yards. So I think this is where, if the young guy with all the hype, if he's kind of stumbling out of the block, you've got a really good fallback plan, right? If you want to call it a fallback plan. Yeah, 2,976 yards in 2023, 2,892, 24 touchdowns in 23, 18 touchdowns through the air the last year. So you've got a pretty good plan right there. Should Underwood, but their schedule too, the way it lays out, it's kind of where if they come stumbling out of the block, Wags,
it'll be tough to get back on it. But I think they can finish strong, except for their last game of the season, of course. Like, I think they got a favorable schedule until they get to Ohio State. So, to that point, let's break down the schedule. Let's see where they go. Let's see what the Wolverines do this year, man.
Check them out. August 30th. New Mexico.
I got them as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 win team. Rodney, am I crazy?
This is
at best 10 wins.
This is where I think, and that's where with this kind of meat of the schedule, these next teams that we're going to be going through, that we're both going to be saying they could either win, or I'm going to be saying, I don't want to speak for you.
I would say that this is a down year for Michigan too, but they could surprise some people, right? Like, is this? Yeah. Am I crazy to think that this is a 10-win team and they get into the playoff?
I think that depending how they start, they could be a 9 to 10 win team, or they may just win 6. That's where it's like
that's worst case scenario is 6. I can see that. I can see a 6-win season here.
Yeah, and that's at OU, at Nebraska, at USC.
They could lose to USC. They could lose to USC.
I think so. I mean, part of me says that they could be 5-1, and the other part of me says
they could lose to Nebraska. I got them winning. I got them beating Nebraska at the moment, but they could lose to Nebraska.
Yeah, and all that being road games, it's where those are just such toss-up games, and we're not the OU matchup. The matchup with OU is kind of going to be the telling one for them, where the defense is going to get a test.
I got them losing. It's on the road. I got them losing in Norman.
Yeah, I do too, Wags. I don't think they win that game. I absolutely don't think.
No, I got them. All right, let's just go down in chronological order here. I have a win at New Mexico State week 1. I got a loss week 2 at Oklahoma. I got a win against Central Michigan. A win again. This could be either way, but right now I have it as a win at Nebraska. All right, I got a win for homecoming against Wisco. I got a win at USC. I got a win versus Michigan State at Michigan State. Or excuse me, I got a win at Washington, then a win at Michigan State. I got a win at Purdue. I got a win at Northwestern, a win at Maryland, and then a loss. I want to say a brutal loss, but and again, like, this could go either way too. Like,
I know.
Like,
I didn't
Ohio
see them winning
State had
last
the
year.
horses last year, though. Ohio State should have beat the brakes off of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you got a defensive interior like Michigan had last year, I don't know, maybe it just played to the strengths or played to the weaknesses rather of Ohio State. And I don't know how that game even resulted in the way that it did. But yeah, at the moment I have them losing to Ohio State. I think everybody has them losing to Ohio State. But yeah, at best 10-2, dude.
I know.
At best 10-2.
When I go through this schedule, there are so many games here where to me they're pick'ems. They're 50-50 games, to where it's like, I don't know. I mean, I think the Ohio State should be a sure loss, but like you said, I really thought last year would be a loss, and that turned into a damn good football game that Michigan won. So it really is to where this could be a 9-10 win football team, or they just maybe 500, maybe 500. I don't think the latter is going to be true. I think if anything, they bottom out, and 8-5 would be where they would end up again. But it's just so, yeah, man. At Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC. Holy shit, those three there. They're kind of all
nice
bunched
gauntlet there. That's a nice little gauntlet. And again, I'm not completely sold that this is I mean, hell, this could be I'm effing crazy at the moment if I'm thinking that this could be an 11-win team. Yeah, at best 10, at worst 6. I'll give you that. That's a big window. I know that's a big cushion. I don't like to give you that big of a cushion. But yeah, 6 wins to 10 wins here. It could go kind of crazy there for Michigan. I wish I could hone in a little bit better on it.
And you know what the funny thing about it is? I mean, I know 8-5 coming off a national championship is underachieving, but again, they were going through a lot. You lose.
They reloaded everybody.
Yeah, everything. I mean, you look at who they lost to last year. Obviously, lost to Texas, lost to Oregon, lost to Indiana, Illinois. I mean, that's not. You don't want to lose any games, but shit, 3 of those losses are quality losses in my opinion. But I don't know. I mean, you got beat by Washington. I mean, boom, there's your dud. But I mean, when does that not happen? So it's very hard to get a read right here. And I think so. Do you think this is a make or break for Sherrone Moore? Because
no, I think he's solidified. I think that's Michigan's coach, man. I don't know how it's not Michigan's coach. I mean, he did it. He did basically everything in the absence of Coach Harbaugh. So
yeah,
I mean, that was his season. Real quick before we get going into our top 5, let's hear from the crew over at ABC.
Hey,
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Comments back on. Let's see what you guys are jabbing about here.
Dude, I love Jason's comment there about the Big 8.
What whiskey? What's whiskey?
It's whiskey.
Oh, Wisco. I got you. Wisco. I said Wisco.
Oh, Wisconsin. Yeah.
Gotcha. Whiskey. Why are you
this one. Oklahoma and Nebraska are both playing Michigan, but not each other.
That's wild,
dude.
That is wild. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point to bring up. Hey, all right, guys. We're at the top of the hour. Before the crew gets in here, let's go ahead and bring it up. Let's talk about where the hell is the screen share here?
I
got it. I found it.
Yeah.
All right, wheel picker time for our top 5. Rodney, you want to do the little voice sounder thing? And
top 5.
There you go. Top 5. Still on the list, actresses, video games, adult film stars, dream cars, top 5. Actually, we just did that, didn't we?
Which one?
Top 5 play-by-play. Best hockey sweaters, racing movies, NFL uniforms, stripper names, comic characters, snacks, blockbuster trades, and MLB stadiums. Anything to add? Last going rounds, last phase rounds?
I can't really think of anything else at the moment.
That's a no.
There you go.
That's a no. All right, let's make this thing big so we can all say it. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
There we go. Spin the wheel. Here we go. What's on store for tomorrow's top 5? Comment, yeah, dude. Hold on. No.
I thought we got
a little edging right there. Some edging, huh? Comic book characters are who it's going to be, is what it's going to be, the topic. I thought that was actually going to land on stripper names, Candy. But no, it didn't get there. Comic book characters. Double R, you can be able to hold your own here.
Is a bluebird blue? Come on, man.
Come on, man. I don't know. I don't know if you're into comic
book. Me, buddy. I mean, comic characters for me are probably going to be, I may say some and people are going to be like, who? So, yeah.
All right.
Don't worry about your man right here.
I got you. Mine will, I'm going to try and spread the love to DC as well. But I'm going to say they're probably all, it's going to be predominantly Marvel, I would assume. I don't want to pull the veil back, but if those of you guys that have been watching the show for 10 years have to know who my favorite Marvel character is by now, if you haven't seen all the stuff around my room. But anyways, it's gonna be fun. I can't wait. You're gonna allow me to get nerdy here, boys.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Where do you want to go now? I mean, we got any other last save rounds?
So is Patrick implying right here that I'm going to have Chapulín Colorado as my favorite comic book character? That's an old Mexican comic book character. See what you're in for?
I'm uneducated on that one. Enlighten me.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you're in for. Wags, it's Thursday. You know what tonight means? Football. You laying any money down on these preseason matchups we got tonight?
I'm gonna play some fantasy. I might do a little bit of Fantasy Hub. Do a little bit there. I don't know. Like, I usually don't do books, right? I usually don't call the cousins for preseason. But usually I play a little fantasy here and hit some props. That's usually the way to go.
Colts, Ravens. Wags, I've heard a lot of rumblings from Colts camp that your man Danny Dimes is impressing.
not buying that anymore. You all can buy it all you want.
That's
we bought it for 85 million guaranteed. So let's let the Colts fan base have a taste of that. Yeah.
Was that a handshake deal like Jerry?
What's that?
Was that a handshake deal like Jerry does?
I don't know what the hell that was. That was a bad investment, Brian Schoen. That's what that was.
Bengals and Eagles. Hell, possible Super Bowl matchup right there. Bengals and Eagles in the preseason. There you go.
Are you buying the Bengals this year?
Depends on a lot, man. They're
on their defense. Honestly, that's what it depends on.
Get this Trey Hendrickson thing done and get all this figured out.
It'll get done. I'm telling you, watch this too. As soon as it gets done, within hours, Parsons gets done.
Yeah. It's the Bengals are a lot like Dallas. They just don't get the whatever that they do dumb shit, and it's like quit. That offense, so much potential right there, Wags. If they could get the defense right. Hey, who's the only one that's beat Mahomes? The Bengals.
But a high-powered, and I believe it's because you have a high-powered offense that's geared to match a high-powered offense, right?
Absolutely.
Like you almost got to fight kryptonite or iron sharpens iron at that point.
Yeah, we're over here talking like we're going to see Joe Burrow against Jalen Hurts tonight, but unfortunately not. But
wishful thinking.
AFC West matchup. For those of you that may be younger and don't know, Seattle was actually in the AFC. That's where they started in '76.
The Largent days, huh?
Absolutely, Jim Zorn.
Yeah, I was going to say Zorn.
Yeah, the boy, you want to feel old. So the Las Vegas Raiders versus the Seattle Seahawks of the NFC. That's what we have tonight at 9 o'clock. Going to be a late night. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll be there for it. Do a little fantasy hub, I guess. Play some props.
Yeah. And then more tomorrow. Browns and Panthers. The debut of Shedeur Sanders as the starter.
Yeah, we're gonna see the first quarterback out of 6, or what? They're up to 8 now. 8 quarterbacks in there.
Yeah, they got a whole dozen. They got like a whole dozen of eggs over there, waiting. So that right there, Shedeur starting. That's probably going to consume the whole show tomorrow, guys, because that's all we're going to talk about.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Speaking of comic book characters,
we're gonna talk comic book characters. We're gonna talk some Shedeur, I'm sure, but we're also gonna have we might find a diamond in the rough tonight on Thursday Night Football. You know what I mean?
It's only fitting that we're going to have comic book characters Friday, and we're going to be talking about the Cleveland Browns having a game that night too. So because they're kind of a
well done, sir.
Comic book character.
I saw where you were going with that. What's up, Turbo? How are you?
How we doing, fellas?
How you doing, brother?
The dream any better, and I just couldn't stand myself. What about you?
Just great. I have been
that good. That's good. You're just great. What you got cooking, man? What's up?
Not a lot. I'm looking at some of the star-studded quarterback battles we're gonna get this weekend.
Yeah,
it looks like tonight, Kyle McCord against Desmond Ridder.
And you're investing in the future, right? You're investing in the future, buddy.
I don't know if Desmond Ritter's the future anymore.
He never was.
The Bengals had Ian Thorne too, who was
Ritter the Riddler is what I used to call him. The Riddler for some reason. I never got his name right, but anyway.
Colton Ravens. Is that what you said, Rodney? The Danny Dimes,
the Danny Dimes show. He's buying that. He's buying that ticket one more time.
Going to win that job. They said he's going to dismount Richardson and become the starter there.
I think anyone could dismount Richardson.
I don't think you've seen Danny Dimes up in an intimate setting, right? Like Danny Dimes has a hard time staying on his feet. So, but he's made some throws here and there. But I do agree with you, Turbo. I think Richardson's probably going to get the hook if that's the case. But
I really think they could have signed anyone. I think it sounds like the management and the ownership don't like Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, it was. I think they realized it was a miss.
No, they messed that up. Yeah.
And the thing is, back in 23, whenever that was, Texans had the second pick. I was upset. That they didn't trade back for Anthony Richardson. That's one of my biggest draft misses ever. I was convinced that those last 4 games of Florida.
Yeah,
he was godly, but he
godly, nice,
couldn't throw.
Hey,
or do anything or be a good teammate.
I want to follow up from our conversation yesterday. Did anyone see this?
Yes.
Who is that? Hold on.
This is the kid who
Dildo thrower.
threw a dildo onto the
my
court
God.
of the Phoenix Mercury's Tuesday night game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There he is.
Faces charges of assault and disorderly contact. He threw the dildo from the stands, but it did not make it to the court. It actually hit someone in the head. That was in like the first few rows, apparently.
Rag arm. Come on, man. Hey,
Court already?
I guess. I mean, I don't. They work quick for dildo throwers. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, take that thing a little further down. Look at the picture. He's got like a stain on his hoodie. You see there? I'm like, what is that? Is that like slobber? Is that
I didn't have all my shit together when I was 18, though.
human whatever? Sheesh. Is it?
Yeah.
Come on.
But
Yeah, I mean, probably, you got to get it to the court, man. You got to get it to the court. I find it odd that they're already in court a day after the incident.
Hey, it's a big crime. We got all these massive crimes happening. But this one's more important.
This is kind of the most pressing crime right now. Like, I think.
Right.
Yeah. That's what we
Oh,
need to,
man. What's on the slate, gents? What we got?
gonna go over some preseason stuff for the games tonight. I have interest in watching some of these quarterbacks.
Are you calling the cousin?
Sorry?
Are you calling your cousin tonight? Are you making some bets?
No, I'm not betting on NFL preseason.
Yeah, I mean, Rodney asked me the same thing. I said I might do some prop bets, but I don't know if I'm going to call the books. You know what I mean?
That is probably not happening, but now you put the thought in my head, so I don't know.
Hey, the devil. I'm a giver. I give you ideas. That's what I do. I'm here for you.
No, when I bet, I give money. So I'm not going to do preseason stuff.
Hey, Wags, here's an opportunity to talk shit about your former employer. EA apparently came out with an update yesterday. There was supposed to be a major update. Nothing changed. Went on Twitter. Everyone else is in agreement with me.
It's a uniform update, right?
Yeah. They just described it as a major update. There's no one new on the Texas roster. There's like no new plays. All the animations are still the same. Like, I don't think they changed anything.
I think a couple of uniforms got updated. That's about it.
It's actually a lot in gameplay, and I kind of noticed it yesterday. Road to Glory needed some huge gameplay adjustments. It's a lot in coverage, in blocking, in run shed.
What in coverage? Like, because coverage right now, like, it is almost impossible to throw the effing ball. So, like, did they nerf it? Did they nerf it a little bit? I mean, shit.
I'm just gonna go ahead and pull this up. Because there's
Rodney's so intrigued right here. He's like, "What's going on?"
No, I'm checking Twitter.
So, a lot of
cover. See, that's wild too. Hard flats behavior. Hard flats. They did. That was the one thing that you actually had a little bit of cushion on, that you could find something.
Yeah. Pocket behavior. This is another one that needed to be fixed completely for Road to Glory. Like, your quarterback just takes a sack every play. Defenders with big ratings advantages now trigger super win animations correctly. What is this? What's the
I don't even know the super win animation. I'll have to go on.
I did see they put in a just generic go-go, and they had taken it out of the game because it was Tashard Choice playbook at UNLV.
Brennan Marion.
And now he's at Sac State. So, or not Tashard Choice, Brennan Marion. So they added one in himself, and Tashard Choice himself said, "Hey, thanks for doing this." He worked with EA to get a go-go playbook in the game. I thought that was pretty cool.
Goal line set to UTSA. Okay.
Go. I hope it's that dark-haired girl one.
Dynamite contribution, Monty. That broadcasting school really paid off.
Jesus. Yeah. Hey, one thing I kind of forgot about. I think a lot of people forgot about this. Maybe someone needs to ask Sark this the next press conference. I remember whenever EA first came, or CFB first came out last year, there was like all these reports that these college football teams are going to be able to get like their own special game for their players, where like they can run their playbook and learn the playbook, like what the actual playbook is, and like if Trey Owens, they could download the Texas Playbook into his Xbox or his game, and he could somehow use the exact playbook in the game. Like, there are reports about that. They called us, we're going to have access to this where they could, like, the players could run the plays earlier. I've heard nothing about that since.
That's not smart.
That's the Kyler Murray rule. They want him to learn the playbook.
There could be so many leaks and
yeah. Yeah, I would think your opponent
Like,
would be able to.
There were stories that were put out about that last summer.
That's outrageous. I didn't see. I got to check that out. I didn't see that. All right, gents. Hey, thanks for sharing that. I'm sorry that we stole so much of your time there, but thanks for sharing. A little bit of that. It's good to see that some of the nerfs being down there. But yeah, unfortunately, Jordan, it's hard for me to talk bad about anybody.
Never burn a bridge.
Even if it's my former employer, I'm not going to talk shit about him. Like,
no, you're good.
I like everybody. You know how I am. I like everybody, man.
I'm going to show you all my texts that I get from him. I love everybody. Bullshit.
Fuck these people. Screw these people. Yeah. All right, gents. Y'all have a great show, man. We'll be listening. Take care,
guys. Yeah, Jake Bayless. The deep post, I've not been able to get it to work unless I'm basically like running a screenplay by having the inside receiver run a corner route. I've also noticed that the like deep cross route is usually more successful.
Oh yeah, it's always been that way. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the post. I think the deep cross is perfect if you're looking to get 15 or 20
real
out
quick.
of it.
Sorry, gents. Play action still works on that game. Play action is like one of the best things to get separation on. But all right, I'm out. Sorry.
You're good. No, man. I feel like play action, I get sacked more than when I'm in the shotgun or even.
Yeah, I mean that's realistic.
Yeah, true. I don't know. I just want to be able to have fun and not get mad at the CPU. But
not okay. It's not allowed.
Anyways, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. Gonna talk some NFL preseason. I'm interested in these QBs, but first, last night I watched the first episode of the SEC show. I'm with you. Like, you can't put lipstick on a pig. You will not convince me to become a fan or feel bad for Brian Kelly and the job he's done at LSU. It's not happening. And like, I don't know. I know like the whole thing is set up to be a good look for the SEC and it's basically PR. Like, man, hearing what went down and some of the stuff in the linebacker room at LSU last year, and they're just like, oh, Whit Weeks and Blake Baker are the best to ever do it. Like, can we talk about anyone else? I don't know. Just curious about that. I wish Harold Perkins got some screen time, maybe Xavier Atkins before they pushed him into the portal in a really shitty way. I don't know. I was hoping to see more of that stuff, but the game is the game, so I get it. But NFL preseason, I'm going to pull this up here tonight. We have the Colts playing the Ravens, the Bengals playing the Eagles, and the Raiders playing the Seahawks. You were talking about it earlier, AR-15. He's getting the start tonight. Going to play about a quarter and a half. We'll start the first quarter and a half. Then Daniel Jones is coming in. The Ravens, not sure who they're going to roll out there. I assume it's going to be Cooper Rush. He's the backup.
Let's take a look because sometimes it's maybe not who's second on the depth chart. They also have Devin Leary. Wow, I did not know he made it into the NFL.
Yeah. Apparently Joe Burrow is starting for Cincy tonight and is going to play like a quarter and a half. Apparently they're playing a lot of their starters tonight, so that'll be interesting. It'll also be the first time we see Shamar Stewart play. We'll see. Can he get to the passer in the NFL? Can he get a sack? He only had like 3.5 of them. That was the number, or 4.5 at A&M in 3 years. We'll see. What does he look like in the preseason? Kyle McCord is apparently going to start for the Eagles, which is interesting. Geno Smith will start for Vegas, is only expected to play about a quarter and a half. It'll also be the first time we see Ashton Genty play in the NFL. And then Seattle.
Start Jalen Milroe?
They're resting Sam Darnold. I couldn't find anything online. The only thing I found online about who they're playing is that it'll basically be split between Drew Lock and Milroe. So I'm excited to see that. And I guess this Bengals-Eagles game just won't be on TV unless you hop on crack streams or something, or Met streams. I don't know, whatever it is. But, hey, man, I'm excited to see Milroe. Kind of a revenge game, too, for a quarter and a half for Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. But I don't know. I know it's preseason football. I know a lot of people hate it, but it's better than it was a month ago when nothing was going on, So, I don't know. I'll be tuning in. What about you?
I mean, preseason NFL football has never moved me. Maybe years ago when I wasn't as interested in college, but the Texans play the Vikings. I think it'll be Graham Mertz against. I don't think JJ's ready, so I don't know who they're actually playing. A Graham Mertz game, I was hesitant to watch it in 5 years in college. I'm not so sure I want to do it now.
Yeah. Who else is on the roster QB besides Mertz and Stroud for the Texans?
I believe that Davis Mills is no longer with the team. Let me take a look.
You got Tanner McKee down there still?
Mills is still on the roster, and then Mertz, and then wow, I had no idea about this. Keaton Slovis is the fourth quarterback on the roster for the Texans right now.
How is that dude still playing football?
I don't know. He played a year at BYU. I don't remember that.
He went to 2 or 3 different schools. It was SC, BYU. I think he might have been at Pitt at one point as well.
That's what I thought. He was at Pitt at some point.
I don't know. Well, hey, that's the beauty of the preseason. You got to look up the roster while watching it. Like, who the hell is this? But I don't know. I'll have it on as background noise probably. We'll see. JW Crunch. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. This happened when he was at Notre Dame, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when Brian Kelly was at Notre Dame, there apparently was a pretty big thunderstorm or something going on, and he had student interns or a student intern up in, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like the watchtower, where it's like 3-4 stories off the ground, and they have tripods up there so they can film practice. They're kind of stupid and pointless nowadays because they're drones that exist. I don't get why they're still a thing in college football, but they are. But it was in the middle of a storm, and one of the interns fell off and passed away, unfortunately. So, yeah. And hopefully Brian Kelly and DJ Dirk can never get on a staff together. So, yeah. Hey, this morning I wake up, Will. You know what I see on the timeline?
What?
See some Jake Smith highlights. What do you know about Jake Smith?
Oh, my goodness. What is this, 2015, 2016?
Nah, this is like 2018, 2019.
18, yeah, 18, 19, yeah.
But, man, he had 2 or 3 touchdowns in this game versus Rice. Man, it was an actual hydraulic lift. I apologize, Jack Burden. I didn't get the story right about how Brian Kelly is kind of responsible for someone losing their life. But, yeah, it was a hydraulic lift. But, man, like seeing some of these old highlights too, like Cade Brewer was really the starting tight end for Texas. That kid doesn't have an offer from Sarkeesian if he is a 2026 recruit. He's not at Arizona State. Last year was his last year of eligibility. I don't know if he actually played versus Texas or if he was suited up or in street clothes on the sideline, but Arizona State last season was his last year of eligibility. So, man, imagine if he stayed, and, I know he had an injury, but imagine if he stayed and it was able to work out. Like him and Xavier Worthy, year one of the Sark era, would have been cool to see. But I don't think he ever got close to these numbers that he had in 2019 once he transferred. So, hate to see it. But, hey, kind of leads me into my there's I'm blanking on his name. Jared Wiley. Was that tight end just there? Okay. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Here's Roshan Johnson. Man, I hated that black cleat look so bad. The black cleat and black socks. I'm happy it does not come back. Oh, yeah, and here's Jordan Whittington as a little baby, true freshman wearing 21. Okay, this leads me to my next question. This person is stupid for using Roma Dunze as the example because he's only been in the NFL for one season. But Will, is there a receiver you loved in college, really thought was going to pan out in the NFL, and he didn't? They're saying Dunze, he's been in the NFL for one season. I think that's ridiculous. There's some other good ones on here that are interesting. What about you? What do you think? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Will.
Oh, man, I've been muted this whole time. Jalen Waddle, who was picked 5th or 6th overall to Miami. Saw him play in high school, actually, down the road at Episcopal here in Houston. And then, of course, saw him stand out at Bama, be a 3-year guy there. I really thought he was going to be the next big thing in the NFL. And I still think, like, if he gets an opportunity to be wide receiver 1 for an entire season, we'll see. But, yeah, that was one that I was pretty confident was going to be all pro by about year 2.
Yeah, man, I thought N'Keal Harry with the Patriots, I'm like, damn, Bill Belichick did it again. Uh-oh. Turns out I was wrong.
Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore is another one that I thought was going to be a gamer. And
shout out to
he's not even with Cleveland anymore. He's with Buffalo. Wow.
Yeah, and he's very low on their depth chart. I thought Kevin White was drafted too early by the Bears, but like seeing what he did to Texas, I'm like, this dude is going to play in the NFL for a long time. I think he was out of the league after like 3 years. Henry Ruggs doesn't count.
Who's the receiver he was in the Kevin White draft? It was not Lacey, because I know Eddie Lacy is the one where the line becomes famous, but he was a biscuit away from being a tight end. Can't think of. I want to say that Chicago drafted him. No, Chicago drafted Kevin White. So who did the Bills draft? It must have been 2015 or 2016. I'll look at it at some point in the show.
I don't know. I won't be able to think of it. I thought John Ross was going to be the truth, but I was also a kid and just saw he ran like 4.20 or whatever the record was. And yeah, I knew Traylon Burks was going to be asked. People are saying Traylon Burks in this comment section on this tweet. Knew he was going to be pretty bad. I don't know. Like, he was just so raw at Arkansas, and once it was the Titans that drafted him, it's like they don't know what to do with this dude. Man, someone just put Braxton Miller highlights.
Man. Hit that B button in Ohio State's opener that year, 2015, I guess.
Yeah,
Texans took him, I believe, Braxton Miller. He stuck around for a few years.
Yeah. What else do we have in here? Justin Blackman. Yeah, but I mean, he couldn't get out of his own way.
Here's a good one. And I can't believe this is not the first name that I said.
Yes.
I was a huge Josh Jackson fan. I think I mentioned on the show before, grew up as a TCU fan. And actually got to meet Josh Jackson a couple times while he was still playing for the Frogs. And loved him way more than I loved Will Fuller. When the Texans had an opportunity, I believe it was the 25th pick in 2015, and they chose Will Fuller over Josh Jackson, I may have cried, actually. And I always looked down on Will Fuller, and I know he was good for a year or two, but
and then he blew out like both his knees.
Yeah, he had some bad luck and was not a good football player.
Yeah. Someone said Wan'Dale Robinson on here. I don't know. Some good one. Corey Coleman is a good one.
Yeah.
Man.
He's one of the top prospects in the country. Same thing with Dorial Green Beckham. I was looking at the 2015 draft, who I believe is still the highest rated wide receiver prospect of all time. And the only receiver other than Jeremiah Smith to be the number 1 overall prospect in his class.
Yep.
Never did anything in the zoo and never did anything in the NFL.
Yeah. Couldn't stay off the weed. It's crazy, too, to think, like, how many players' careers were cut short because of drugs, like drug charges, and the drug charges were marijuana, which is now legal in a lot of these states. And every college football program has a decent percentage of their program smoking weed. I'm just going to tell you what it is. It's college football. And nothing will be done about it. But 10 years ago, those players are suspended for an entire season or kicked off the team or are going to jail for having 2 grams in their car when they get pulled over. Like Imagine, imagine Josh Gordon, right? Like if the NFL was cool with him just being crossed every game and leading the NFL in every major receiving stat while playing only 14 games in the regular season. Like till this day, one of the craziest feats in the NFL. Have you heard about that or know about that?
No.
He mentioned in an interview the season where he led the entire NFL in receptions, receiving yards, and I believe receiving touchdowns as well, that he was both drunk and high every single game.
Wow.
And he led the league in every receiving stat and only played like 13 or 14 games because he got suspended. And he's always suspended. And I thought whenever Belichick got him on the Patriots, I was like, oh, no. Like, if anyone knows how to make it work with disgruntled players, like, you know, it's going to be Belichick.
That did not work out.
Josh Gordon has a crazy story, too. He's originally from Houston, Lamar. Fun fact, Will.
Yeah, well aware.
I think, was that Baylor and then had to transfer somewhere else?
I believe he never even played where he transferred to. Yeah. So he went to Baylor for 2 years. He was there in the 2009, 2010 seasons, and then transferred to Utah, but didn't play the entire season, and ended up just going straight to the supplemental draft. It was really weird. He didn't declare early enough for the regular draft, so he had to be a part of the supplemental draft. And then obviously was the first pick, whatever that is. You know, they don't start till the second round. He could have been something special, man. He really could have been.
A crazy thing about him too. He apparently, I remember reading a story where he went on record and said this. But like when he was in college, and I'm sure it was in the NFL too, but when he was in college, he was super into pills. And he apparently chose Utah as the place he was transferring to because he was driving himself there instead of flying from Texas. And he had one other school he was looking at visiting or like transferring to. I think it might have been Colorado or like another program in the area. And he was like so loaded and tired off of pills that like he just like slept in his car on the Utah campus or in Utah, and then the next day went in there and like committed to them and transferred. And he chose them because he was tired and didn't want to drive to another school. Like it's crazy. And he still made it to the NFL and did what he did. But man, Martavis Bryant, that's a blast from the past. Hollywood Henderson was coked up during a Super Bowl with the Cowboys, and in the clips you could see his paraphernalia in his jersey pants. Hell yeah.
We've got a question here. Jordan and Turbo, injuries suck. Any injuries this fall camp around the country that have sucked for UT or any other school? You want the best out there. You do want the best out there. Texas hasn't had a ton of injuries. They've only had one major one, which is an improvement when you look at the starting 2 weeks of camp last year. Andre Kojo out with a season-ending knee injury, which has moved Nick Brooks up. We'd kind of heard that he was second team heading into camp, but he's now the second team right tackle. So that's the only one that's really shaking things up for Texas. You may have seen that Ryan Wingo missed a day of practice, or actually he's missed about 3 days of practice at this point. Was very dehydrated. I think that set a lot of people off. Why is he missing multiple days for dehydration? And you get out there, what feels like about 105, 110 degrees in these first couple of weeks of camps. It's really easy to not know, when you need some water, when you need some rest. So, but I believe he's back at this point, and they're not worried about that at all. Same thing with DJ Campbell. DJ Campbell had a very minor injury that kept him out for a day, and he was right back.
Yeah. Can't think of any others for Texas or elsewhere that have been crazy bad. There was a D lineman for Ohio State that was Edric Houston. He apparently had a pretty bad injury, but turns out it's not season ending, and I think he might actually be able to play versus Texas. He's just going to miss fall camp, but I mean, he's huge. Like Ohio State, they have Kenyatta Jackson, Edric Houston. I'm forgetting the other starting D lineman and edge, but past their first group, like the second rotation isn't nearly as good. And I know you can say the same thing for most programs, but like, I mean, at least at Texas, like after the starters, let's say it's Murad Watson and Alex January come off the field, then you have Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard, who have been in college combined for 9 seasons, so I don't know. Like there's levels to it, and with Ohio State, I think we're going to see a similar thing to what Sarkeesian did versus Michigan, where when Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant were in, he was just running outside zone and making them run sideline to sideline. And as soon as they're subbed out, he's running it up the middle, and it was successful. And you keep it up tempo as well, so that they can't get subbed into the game. I think we're going to see something very similar to that at Ohio State with Edric Houston, Kenyatta Jackson, and the other starting D linemen, just because they don't have quite the depth that even SEC programs have at interior D linemen. I know that's something that they really tried to hit hard in the portal, but man, it's hard to recruit that position in the portal. You got to open the checkbook, and it's especially hard whenever teams like Texas are signing 5 of the D linemen from the portal. So I don't know. Will, what do you think about these black cleats? Because I don't want to call y'all old heads because y'all aren't old heads, but y'all liking black cleats, I think, is kind of old head behavior.
It's an old school look. It's a generational divide.
I think it looked much better in 05 than it did in 2019 or whatever it is when they brought it back, just because the jerseys are much tighter and they look a little bit different, right? I don't know. I never really liked the look. Maybe the socks were too high too or something, but I just think white top or orange jersey, white bottoms, white cleats, white socks. I think that's the cleanest look.
So have they ever done this before? The all whites with, I'm not saying I would like it, but all whites with orange on the bottom, orange socks, orange cleats. Has that ever been a thing?
I'm sure at some point. CB is probably the man to ask. I'm not aware. I hate in college football though, the CFB, how if you wear all white it has orange cleats, or if even you're at home with the orange jersey it has orange cleats. I always change it to the white ones. I don't know. I'm also like a nerd. Like on Dynasty, I'll edit my opponent's uniforms as well, just because I'm a sicko. But yeah, Jack Byrne, I don't know about that, but you really got to mess up nowadays to get suspended or kicked off a team, your career ruined because of weed or drugs. It's a lot easier to get away with now than it was. David Keith Williams said a number of great Baylor receivers could have been great NFL players. Great high school receiver, perhaps one of the greatest in Texas history that never developed at Baylor was Robbie Rhodes.
They've had Katie Cannon was another one that went through there. I don't even know if he's playing football anymore. Yeah, I mean, he went undrafted and kind of moved around the XFL and the UFL. Played for the Brahmas last year, but he was another one that was very damn close to being the number 1 overall prospect.
Yeah. Man, they're hating on me with the black cleats. Okay, well, what happened in 2019, Jake Bayless? Did Tom Herman win a national championship? No, he did not. Yeah.
The superstition has already been messed up, yeah. The superstition has already been thrown out the window. But, maybe you should put everything on hold when old Tom is your coach.
Yeah. I wonder what he's up to nowadays.
He's not coaching anywhere?
Well, he got fired from FAU. And there was that hilarious clip of Alex Golish big dogging him and his wife having to rein him in.
Yeah, he's not appears to not be up to anything.
I wonder if he still has his house in Austin. Or if
I would think he does.
Maybe he's back in H-Town.
But 5 years at this point.
Yeah. Hey, have you seen since ESPN has acquired NFL Network, they also have acquired the rights to the Red Zone name and logo and all that. And they're discussing or looking into college football Red Zone. What do we think about that?
Yeah, so I really loved the idea when I first kind of saw people talking about it yesterday or Monday or Tuesday. And I thought, man, this is a great idea. And then I realized, okay, Red Zone works for one reason, and it's because the NFL holds the rights to every single game. So you can watch any game on Red Zone. ESPN holds the rights to, I believe, less than 30% of college football games, FBS games. So if you had this ESPN Red Zone, this college football ESPN Red Zone, you're not going to see the games that you want to. That's the whole kind of appeal of the multi-view with YouTube is that you can watch an ESPN game, you can watch a CBS game, you can watch a Fox game, you can watch a game on the CW. You're not going to care about the fourth and fifth games that are on ESPN networks because they're completely spread out. Like a lot of the times you want to see games in your conference, you want to see games in your region. That just doesn't work when you're trying to have it all on one channel. If ESPN, I don't even think this is impossible. ESPN can strike a deal with someone to, strike a deal with Turner and with Fox to acquire limited rights to every game, then that would be a complete game changer. Hey, you can show 5 or 10 minutes of each game. They basically do it already when they show highlights. So it's the difference between live and pre-taped. Is it that big of a difference? Yes, in terms of the money that's going to be thrown around. But I just don't think it works in the current state. And it sounds like, based on what people from ESPN and some other people that have been covering this, is that they don't really have a plan for that yet, and it's just something that's been thrown around at this point.
Yeah, College Red Zone isn't something that would get me super pumped pretty much for every reason you just said. But also, like, there has to be, I don't have any data behind this statement, but, like, there has to be a much higher percentage of explosive plays in college.
Oh, yeah.
Than in the NFL. And, like, think about how ass Texas was in the red zone. Can you imagine being on college red zone and every damn time they turn it to Texas, they're maybe getting in there in the end zone like a quarter of the time? Like
it'd be really fun in like week 2 or 3 when all these schools are playing FCS and you're like, hey, we have a touchdown. Hey, we have a touchdown. Hey, we have a touchdown. Like you're just going back and forth and forth. And the other point that I saw with this is, as much as we love college football and are willing to watch just about any game, that's not the case for 95% of college football watchers. They care about the teams, like I said, in their conference, in their region. You don't kind of have the appeal that you do with Red Zone when it comes to fantasy. Like you're interested in almost all of the games, if not all of the games every week, because you have a vested interest in how some of the players play, either good or bad. In college, you just don't have that. Unless you're just a degenerate gambler who bets on Conference USA games and MAC games, who would do that? Then I don't think this makes a ton of sense. But I am one of those people, so I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Like I like doing the quad box on YouTube TV. The thing I do hate about it though, like there are some games you can't watch together in the same quad box for whatever reason, and I hate it. It's very annoying, but the workaround is you get the TV out of your bedroom and put it on an office chair next to the TV in your living room, and then you have 2 different quad boxes, and the rest is history. So that's what I plan on doing this fall again.
Jordan, I think that in my apartment back in Austin, we have 3 TVs out in the living room, and
yeah, hey,
consistently watch 12 games.
I hadn't been in there, so I don't know, but shout out to you for that. I don't know. I might also get to like some watch party places here in Fort Worth. I think those are fun. It would definitely be the non-conference games. Like you're out of your mind if you think I'm going to a sports bar to watch Texas versus Texas A&M, like like you did last year, or Texas versus OU. Like I can't. That can't happen. But I don't know. Hey, speaking of which, you want to tell them that A&M story, or
no? I don't think that's one for the show. But I will say I'm gonna have a set place for all the away games. I'm gonna know where I need to be. Might be in Columbus. I'm trying to figure that out right now. But doing it right this year. Having my plans in place so it doesn't end up like College Station on November 30th.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, I feel you on this. The quad view is usually those 3 games you care about, and then one dud, G5 game. But hey, I'm a sicko. I love Texas high school football. There's a ton of Texas high school football players in G5, so I don't mind tuning in and watching someone. Like, I think Liberty, their starting quarterback this year is supposed to be this kid named Jaden Bradford, who was IMG's quarterback like 3 years ago. He was their starter for 2 years. He was Jared Gibson's QB his junior and senior year. Like, I watched some Liberty. I saw that kid play in high school. Like, I know I have a different perspective than other people. But like I can get behind watching some random G5 game, even if it's no one I don't know if it's close,
And I will say, last year the fourth was it would be 2 SEC games, a Big Ten game, and then a game out of, I don't even know what conference, CUSA maybe, Navy. And I watched a bunch of Navy, and I became a huge Navy fan and made a good amount of money off them. So that's the appeal if you want to throw some money around on Friday nights and Saturday mornings. That quad box is there to show you the game that you would never watch unless you put $5 or $10 on it.
Yeah, me personally, I love our military, support the troops, love them. Thank anyone for their service that served. I cannot bring myself to care about service academy football.
You don't like the wishbone?
No, I don't. Like I am terrorized from having to watch Liberty Hill play football. It's just that style of football. I like forward passes, much more fun to watch, more pleasurable to watch, and all that. And like I remember when West Point played played UNT in Denton last year, or however many years ago, what it was. Because I saw this on Twitter the other week, and it reminded me, like, they had like a 30-play drive. There was like 94 yards, and it was just like 2-yard run, 3-yard run, 2-yard run, 3-yard run. And they went down, and it took like 13 and a half minutes of game clock. Like that is so boring to me. And by watching that, I had it on a quad box, a little different, but I don't know. We got a question. David Keith Williams said, may have asked this before, but what do you guys think about Isaiah Williams committing to 5 teams in 18 months? He's ultra talented, even though he's now injured. Yeah, apparently I've been told it has nothing to do with NIL. Well, for the most part, it doesn't. He just is very poor at decision making and couldn't make up his mind. So, yeah, for the rest of his life, as long as he's playing football, people are gonna, or at least college football, people are gonna be like, hey, it's the kid that, committed to 5 different schools. But yeah, that's
in this day and age, you'll get made fun of it, but I understand. Flipping as much as you want to make sure you have a spot in an elite program. Like, there's something to be said, no matter how high you rank, you never know what your options are going to be the day before signing day. So play your cards the way you want them, regardless of how it looks, because some people will know what you're doing. But 5 times is crazy, though. It is. I'm not going to pretend like it's not.
And I won't lie, like, it kind of shows you how desperate Texas is for the linebacker position this cycle if they are recruiting this kid, knowing all the red flags that are there, right? And that is not a good thing for Texas linebackers going forward, but I assume the injury will kind of cause them to back off. I don't know. Like, the senior risers are pretty rare at the linebacker position. I know there was one last year in Kellen Wiley, but he was a kid who missed almost his entire junior season. That's why he didn't really get offers till his senior year. Like, the kids that actually play 4 years of high school football without injuries, very rarely will you see a senior riser or late eval you could offer in, as a senior. So, yeah. Hey, yeah, Jordan Elliott out of Westfield did do this. I think he had 4 commitments before Texas, or maybe Texas was the 4th years ago. But yeah, that's the only one I can really think of. Adrian Wilson out of Pflugerville Weiss was TCU, Oregon, Arizona State, Colorado. 4 schools publicly. He was silented to like 2 other schools, though. So 6 schools. I will say with him, he got dropped from 2 of those. So,
I'm taking a look at the Jordan Elliott timeline to see what we can do here.
Is a Baylor
22nd, he committed to Houston. That was of 2015. I'm trying to see if there's anyone before this. So he was originally committed to Baylor January 31st, 2015. And then he decommitted on April 6th. And then he committed to Houston a month later. And then he decommitted from Houston in September. Got offered by Texas and Nebraska about a week later. And then committed to Michigan on November 28th of 15. Decommitted right before signing day in February, and then flipped to Texas on signing day. So Baylor, Houston, Michigan.
Oh yeah, the Holy Trinity. Sorry. I saw David Keith Williams's question, and I'm trying to pull up some data we have on Mr. Jake Krell, or Cruel, whatever it is. Where is this?
What are you looking for, Jordan?
I have his data for like measurements, testing stuff. I just need to find it. It's buried in the spreadsheet somewhere. Damn. I guess I don't know. I'll look for this. It's going to take some time because it's not where it's supposed to be. Yeah, we had him at Under Armour this spring at 6'3", 230. So he's a little bigger than what you listed him at. But man, I'm in agreement with you. Trent Henderson is a better prospect, higher upside prospect. But Jake Cruel, he's not a bad player by any means. I mean, like, we have him projected as a second round pick 4 years from now. Still pretty good. But yeah, I mean, definitely more of a designated pass rusher. Don't want to call him a one-trick pony, but if we're dumbing this down, he's a one-trick pony compared to Trent Henderson. So, yeah, but hey, the difference in cost is big with those two. And also, like, Texas didn't get into the Trent Henderson recruitment until June. I know Jake Cruel wasn't really a guy like that was super on the radar, but at least he visited in April, and they had an offer for him for over a year before he OV'd. So, I don't know. I like him. I think he can play a very specific role and do very well at that role. But yeah. So what else do we have here?
Not a ton.
But I have one for you, mister. How about this? Texas Football Life breaking some news.
I was hoping this is what you were going to bring up right now. Your boys. We can't believe this is real, or we can't believe this has to be said, but Josh Hoover is not a furry, and we got the not a furry graphic. And then I saw that Bart Riles, who was integral into making this go viral, just quote tweeted it and said, "We can't believe this is real, but Josh Hoover is definitely a furry." And then it said definitely a furry on the bottom. So there's been a good one. There's also been like legitimate organizations posting stuff about this. One took the story down very quickly, but did think it was real.
Wait, what site?
I believe it was, I don't want to say who it was because I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was USA Today.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to say that. I don't want it to be fact. But people have been fooled far and wide. This is going to be TCU, like, in general, has not had a good PR month. Their players are back doing the TikToks. They've been doing that trend where if you ever see the wide receiver training, when the guys throw their arms like this, they make a little sassy. They made a joke out of that. It's a make or break year for Sonny Dykes, and this is not a good way to go into it when people are worried about the costume that your quarterback wears outside of games.
I will say, like, the funniest part about this to me, Josh Hoover's from Rockwall Heath, like, and has a little brother, or I mean, he has a few brothers, but he had a little brother that played linebacker in baseball. They're on the same teams together. I've said it before, but Josh Hoover was originally committed to play football and baseball at Indiana before Sonny Dykes got the TCU job the week before signing day, and they needed a QB. They offered him. But like, this is Nick is from the same area. Nick Harris is from Rockwall and Heath, and he went there. He has a lot of connections there. Things Nick has told me about Hoover and his family, like, couldn't be more opposite of people who like furries and stuff. That's why this whole thing has just been hilarious to me, because he's like, "Oh God, for you're an American," and people are accusing him of being a furry. But hey, it is what it is. The internet is awesome. This is very random, but I saw this here on Twitter the other day. Oops, didn't mean to do that. But people are pointing out how the Ravens cornerback TJ Tampa, his arms look super long. Someone pulled this up. He is 6'1", basically 190 with a wingspan that would be, God, I'm bad at math. It would be basically plus 5, plus 6, somewhere in there. arm length 32.5, hand size basically 9.5. And this is, people are like, oh, this is crazy. This is super freaky. Cade Phillips has better measurements in every single box and is 18 years old. He is 6'1", that's verified. He's 190 right now at Texas. And he had a plus 7.5 wing with 34-inch arms and 10.5-inch hands. Like, he has offensive tackle, like draftable offensive tackle arm length and draftable offensive tackle hand size. Like, once he gets into the draft or the combine and whatnot, people are going to be salivating over him because it is a rare specimen, rare athlete. And on top of being super long, he also high jumped like 6'6" and long jumped like 26 or 27. Just a freak athlete. And because of Jonah Williams and the other guys in the class, I don't think that, enough flowers are kind of given to the level of player he is. And to close this or end this, what I was trying to get to, I keep hearing like great things about him and Grayson Littleton. Obviously, Littleton isn't one getting a ton of pub, but like, it is a very, very, very important year for Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, Santana Wilson, any corner who is not in the 2025 class, because Grayson Littleton and Cade Phillips are on track to be the 2026 week 1 starters and to start for 2 years. And on top of that, you also have a Jonah Williams who is making 7 figures. He has to play, right? So, yeah. Like, it's you don't want to call it make or break because the program is in a great spot, but like for the corners and safeties who are not in the 2025 class that are coming back next year, there's a lot of work ahead to beat those guys out. So I don't know. I just thought this was interesting, and it kind of shows like the level of freak, level of prospect that Texas has in Cade Phillips. So I don't know. I thought that was cool. Another one on here, Najee Harris. Do you hear what happened to him over the summer?
I did not.
Believe he was setting off fireworks or something, and
got
close to his eye or eyes where his vision isn't quite as good. Jim Harbaugh in a press conference yesterday says running back Najee Harris has developed, quote, a sophisticated system of echolocation. Someone said either Jim Harbaugh has a unique sense of humor or Najee Harris is actually blind. Because all the like photos and videos of him at camp have been him walking around with a hoodie that's like scrunched to where like there's only a small hole. So, I mean, man, it'll be very interesting to see if Najee
he got some extra powers from the fireworks. That's how it works.
Yeah, I will not be drafting him, but yeah, all right. We got some comments here I want to get through. What do we have here?
I've got one from David Keith Williams right here. With Texas having 4 likely future difference makers wide receiver from the 25 class, do you both think Texas is good with the 3 current wide receiver commitments in the current class? Yes, I do think they're good. And I think Texas could very well, go past signing day with only having signed these 3 guys at the same time. If the opportunity presents itself for you to take a 4th, I think it's something that Chris Jackson and Sark and the entire staff will jump on pretty easily.
Yeah, it's gotta be the right guy. Like, they'd love to flip Jalen Lott or Caden Finley. Both are very unrealistic right now, but I mean, unless it's one of those 2 or Jabari Mack or someone emerges in the state of Texas as a senior that's going nuclear, like they are going to, hold with the current group they have. And also, like, we got to bring up the entire receiver room has to come back next year besides DeAndre Moore. He's the only one who has the option to go to the NFL. Obviously, there's always the transfer portal. Wouldn't be super surprised to see attrition, but like they can bring back the entire room, which is something. And, could this upcoming off season after this 2025 season, could it be the first year that Sark doesn't go into the portal for a receiver because of that? I don't know. We'll see. They've always gone about a best player available mindset. And one thing, too, that I'm curious for is, like, is the SEC ever going to move to 105 scholarships like every other conference is? Because it's putting you at a disadvantage depth-wise. And once you get into the season, injuries are happening. And if you have 105 compared to 85, like, Texas could take 5 receivers and just make it work and throw numbers at it and the cream will rise to the top, and the guys who don't are going to be in the portal. So I don't know. David Keith Williams also said even if Jake Krull is 6'3", I think his maximum weight will be around 240. I specifically noticed him listed at 6'2" recently, though. That is linebacker size. I don't think he has linebacker athleticism. One thing, Colin Simmons is 6'3" and is 240 right now. He's doing just fine. Not saying Jake Krull is Colin Simmons by any means. Want to make that clear. But Jake Krull I'll have his measurements by tomorrow. But he has a plus wingspan somewhere between 4 and 5. And that is the most important thing to look at when trying to project weight onto players is what their wingspan is. That's one of the main reasons Cade Phillips was able to add so much weight so easily in being at Texas in 8 months. I mean, he showed up there at 170 and is 190 now and looks every bit of it 8 months later. If you have a wingspan, it's a lot easier to add that weight on, and that's one of the most important things we look for, or at least our scouting team looks for, and especially at linebackers and edge rushers that have to put on weight at the college level. So
I gotta go ahead and get out of here. I've got a call with the prospect in the 27 class. So
awesome.
Have that. And Jordan, I will see you tomorrow. Or no, I'll see you Tuesday. Always get the days mixed up. I'll see you Tuesday with hopefully some more recruiting news, probably some developments with Jake Krull.
Yes, sir. Well, not sure what's up next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, but we're going to get out of here. Chip and Zay will be back at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And yeah, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.